You want Lucas to give a 5-second recap?
Yeah, just a quick down and dirty bullet point version.
Okay, here we go.
Sounds good.
We
Sorry.
started off with Fen, who then found Lucas, who then found Oxivius, who then found Zogi, who then found Vanessa, and then we ventured off to find a crow with orange wings that was discussed in Fen's paperwork regarding her mentor. Hoping that that would lead to her mentor, we went off on a crazy adventure through the woods where we found half-done paintings and full-done paintings, and we met a talking cattle who would give us information in exchange for keeping his secrets. Um, After that, we returned to the dismembered painting and traveled through that painting as a portal to a maze on the green sun, where we worked our way through and found the lions, the snakes, and the gardeners. Um, we had some sweet chin music from Vanessa taking out the lions, and some quick thinking to take out the snake. Not killing it, but scaring it off. We then came across the gardener, who Zogi convinced we were all stupid, as to not mess with us. And then Ox slid a blade through the back of him, starting an encounter there. After that, Lucas bolted off from the combat to go find the maiden who he had seen in his dream the day before, or earlier that day, rather. Um, all said and done, the gardener was dispatched. We saved the maiden as well as the painter who had been making the paintings. And then Lucas coyly tricked Vanessa into knocking herself out. And then we traveled back from the Green Sun um, and ended the session there, I believe.
All right, and let us not forget that you guys rescued Ivy from the maze, and Ivy was a creature of the green who was looking for love, so to speak, and instantly formed a bond with the group, and especially Vanessa, and they have brought Ivy back to the Saturnine and let her loose in the city.
I would like to reiterate that I was wanting to help but reluctant on the whole bond thing, but I guess that's not that's Vanessa doesn't have much of a choice in that matter, I don't think.
All right, so we're going to start off this session, and you've all gathered back at Natalya's house. Natalya is welcoming everybody to her house as almost a grand re-housewarming party. Her house has been under significant redesign and rebuild since an earlier adventure where the house was decimated by the Enemy of Time's minions. So she's finally got things back up to snuff. Last week, while she was not adventuring with everybody else, she was putting on the final touches and sending out all of her invitations. So the entire group has assembled at Natalya's house, as well as different points of contacts that Natalya has met during her time back in Saturnine. So you guys arrive at her house at the appropriate hour. It is evening, like 7 p.m.-ish. You know, she's got food and drinks out, and it's just very nice little gathering, housewarming wise. And I'm going to flip us over to Natalya's house. All right. And Natalya has a large house that lives on Dream Street. And her house takes a different shape every night after she wakes up. Her house changes shapes based on how she dreams it. But she's got it's a large or a prominent house, Natalya?
I believe believe it's a large house.
All right. So it's a large house on Dream Street. Everybody's kind of gathering together. You see um, her neighbor, Ember, come in, and she's working the crowd, talking to people. And it's just overall a good time as guests are arriving. And I'm going to give you a minute to catch up with Natalya.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. Um, my main area is upstairs on the deck. It's a nice day out. All the food and all the beverages are up there. I'm excited for everybody to come in and have a good time.
Natalya, I love what you've done with the play. Did you get the field fixed up too?
I did.
That field was so nice. I'm so happy for you.
And right as Zogi starts making pleasant conversation, uh, her neighbor Ember Armistance comes walking up, interrupting the pair of you. Uh, and she's like, "Oh, Natalya, do be a dear and see to the latest guests that just arrived. They have housewarming gifts for you downstairs. Uh, it, it's the strangest little pixie of a woman and a cat."
All right, sounds fun. So I'm gonna make my way down the stairs and see who's down waiting for me.
All right. As you head down to the main floor of your house, you walk into your living room, and there, in your living room, is Pippin, which you recognize from the store. And she has a big box with a green wrapping and a red ribbon on it. And she's smiling happily, and she's like, "Oh, Natalya, I'm so happy you finally got your house reassembled. It was so drafty without walls and windows."
Thank you, Pippin. It is so nice to see you.
I've happened to bring you a gift. Now, as you know from Pippin's paraphernalia, we don't have what you're looking for, only what you need. I don't know what's in the box, but as soon as you open it, I guarantee you it'll be something you need.
Thank you, Pippin. I am super excited to open it. You know, your store is my favorite store in town. If you want, you can come right upstairs with me and join the party, and we'll open it up there.
A black cat stalks his way around Pippin, seeming thoroughly annoyed at having to come out and be about. Um, and he just looks at you, and with almost a bored expression, he's like, "Do you have fish?"
Yes, I do.
Excellent. I was starting to think this whole journey would not be worth coming out to begin with. Please lead the way.
All right, I'm gonna lead them up the stairs to the party and bring our black cat friend to the table where the fish is.
All right. As the people of the party and the crowd gathers, everybody's interested to see what Pippin's gift is going to be. Many of the people in the crowd recognize Pippin as known for her shop, and knows that a gift from this shop will undoubtedly be something awesome.
Okay, well, seeing where I have most of the crowd's attention, I'm going to um, take the box and get the remaining people's attention and open it for everybody to see.
All right, why don't you go ahead, and I want you to make an interaction check with the box. All right. So as you fumble about, the ribbon of the box is magically sealed in place. And as you're pulling and yanking and trying to undo this ribbon, the entire crowd starts to giggle as you're struggling like it's a gag gift. As much as you pull and tear and yank at this ribbon, it holds firm in a perfect bow, wrapping the present shut. And the crowd begins to snicker and people laugh. And then you see out of the corner of your eye the very first person that greeted you to the actuality standing in the corner.
I'm going to chuckle at myself with my clear inability to do the most simple tasks and um, glance over at the first person that introduced me to the actuality and kind of give him a look of like what are you doing here?
You're actually amazed to see Doggin Powerhand out and about. He normally never leaves his tiny hovel where he watches time. The historian is far more interested in the past than the present. But the entire episode of you struggling to open this gift has him chuckling wildly. Like you really hit his funny bone here. And he stands clearing the way through. Make an interaction check.
Rip.
And the bad dice rolls continue.
All right, let's hope the lives of the entire group don't rely on you tonight. Uh, okay, so Doggin is a very crispy old man, and he kind of barks at you with an old voice that reeks of condescending like attitude. He doesn't like being out. He doesn't like having to watch things that aren't history. He hates the present. He hates the future. Um, well, I suppose since I came all this way, I need to give you your gift and then depart. I don't know why you sent me an invitation to your housewarming. My house was warm enough. Not sure what I'm even doing here.
Well, thank you for coming out.
You know, I warned you and your friends not to cause a lot of trouble and go looking for things in Saturnine that you weren't prepared for. Didn't I? Didn't I tell you that? And then, bam, your house gets blown to smithereens. Now we're here and we all owe you a gift because you didn't listen to my advice to begin with.
You know, you only live once. You kind of got to go for it. Consequences are consequences, and rules are meant to be broken.
You only live once. Why, this guy over here, he points to Zogi, is on his third or fourth by now.
Let's go.
Ah, anyway, I thought I would tell you the history. Yeah, history is my gift for you.
I'm excited to hear it.
Your parents. Of course, your parents. What do you remember of them?
To be honest, I don't remember a whole lot. I was really young when I was um, in the shadow, so I mean, there's not really a lot I remember, and I haven't seen them since.
That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Your parents were great people. blessed by the fire, a Vance and a maker of some renown. Explorers, they traveled the suns. It's a shame that you don't have memories of them, but I suppose it's a blessing that you don't know of their tragic fate either.
What was their tragic fate?
Oh, I don't want to ruin the party. However, perhaps you should search that out. Maybe that's something that you can learn that will improve your outlook in life. But they were good people. You should definitely remember that as you search for your lost parents' fate.
Thank you.
With that, the old crotchety man returns to the food area and starts helping himself, eating stuff. Solomon, the cat, hisses at him as he makes for the assorted fish, and the two kind of bicker back and forth, leaving Natalya to her present with the still red bow untouched by her multiple advances.
Well, clearly I have failed the first time, but we're gonna hope the second time is what it takes to open this gift.
How are you gonna try to open this gift?
I'm gonna try to gently, this time gently, patiently try to untie the bow.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and make a roll? It's going to be a challenge for, I'm going to say, accuracy at this point because you're trying to do it very gently and softly.
I'm gonna spend an accuracy.
All right. All right. So as you start pulling on this ribbon, you think you've got it figured out, and you're slowly pulling one side of the ribbon and then the other, and the bow is starting to collapse on itself. And as you pull out this ribbon, you realize that the ribbon is tying itself around your hands and your wrists, and it's just getting everywhere. It's like a Chinese finger trap. And now you are completely engulfed in red ribbon up to your elbows. It's just wrapping around you like a snake.
Okay, well, I wasn't gonna go first time, but it seems I don't have any other option. I'm going to use Embraced by Fire to thoroughly coat myself in fire, and this ability lets me choose what gets damaged and what does not, so I'm going to let the damage affect the ribbon and nothing else.
All right. Is there a level on that ability on your forte?
3.
All right. So go ahead and spend your 3 sorcery to cast it. And as you burst into flames around your hands, the ribbon scorches away. And as it burns, it actually crackles and snaps and pops like a firecracker in multicolored, dazzling array. And the whole crowd's like gasps as the magical ribbon just pops and cracks and bursts like a dozen small fireworks around you, leaving you just the box and the green paper to unwrap. Pippin claps her hands and smiles, and she's like, "Oh, Natalya, I knew you'd love it."
So all of that, all I needed to do was use my fiery talents. Oh, just like me to make a fool out of myself at my own party. And I continue to unwrap my gift.
All right. You tear off the green paper. There's nothing magical about it. It comes off easily. And you open the box. And even Pippin's kind of looking over your hand to see what's in the box because she doesn't know herself what it is that you need. And inside, you see about a foot tall, dark green glass bottle with a cork on the top.
Upon looking it over, can I tell like what it necessarily is?
No, you can tell there's something in the bottle, but it's too dark of a green for you to really make out what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna gesture to the crowd and see if anybody else knows what this may be.
Does anybody want to try to identify this for Natalya?
I can appraise it.
Go ahead, give a roll and add your appraisal skill to it.
Okay, so that's a +2. Oh dear.
All right. The glass bottle itself looks not magical at all. It just looks like a green glass bottle with a cork in it. As far as you can tell, it's worthless.
All right. Well, after looking it over for a little bit, I turn to Natalya and go, it's glass.
Well, I'm sure at some point we'll figure out what this is, and I'm sure it'll be needed at some point. Tuck it away for now, but you never know.
Ember comes over next to you and says, "Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. Open that bad boy up. Come on, let's see what's in there."
All right, all right. Let's hope this does not destroy my house. This is supposed to be what I need, so we're gonna hope that this is good, and I'm gonna uncork them.
All right. Roll 3 dice for me, please.
Let's see how many zeros we can get.
Knowing my luck, probably all 3.
Well, apparently we're all rolling terribly today. This is going to be an interesting session.
All right. As you uncork the bottle, you can feel raw magical energy seeping out from inside, and almost as if a small trickle of stars come wafting out of the top of the bottle. And you can feel that there's not liquid in this. There's something rattling around in the bottle.
I'm gonna try to like get it out and into my hand, whatever it is in the bottle.
All right, flipping the bottle over, a rolled up sheet of paper comes out of the bottle, and everybody in the crowd kind of gasps, like thinking that this is just the most exciting thing to come out of this bottle. A magic piece of paper in a bottle. Who'd have thunk it?
Alright, seeing the crowd's overall excitement that I've finally mastered the present and I've made it somewhat all the way through, I'm going to open up the paper and see what it says.
Unrolling the parchment, um, little tiny stars continue to fall from it as you hold it in your hand. And as you look at it, it looks like a map of some sort, and it's got a red X on it.
I'm gonna kind of look at it and eventually kind of just like turn it and with the crowd's excitement, I'm gonna show it to the crowd. Um, look over to my group of friends and give them like an extra look at it and does it say anything like where it's pointing to, or is it just like a map with an X on it?
Take an intellect check to see if you recognize the area. All right. Do any of your friends want to take a intellect check to see if they recognize the area?
I'll take
I'm
one.
not.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll take one and I'll boost it by pushing a point of intellect. 6.
All right, Zoe, as she flashes the map in front of you, you see right there, just at an intersection and whatnot on this map, and you're like, geez, that kind of looks like your house, Natalya. Realizing it's a map of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Well, this just took an interesting twist. I have no idea what is supposed to be important about my neighborhood.
As this conversation is happening, Lucas is standing over by Oxivius and Fen, and he's showing them a small glass crystal ball that he has, and he's like tossing it up now. He goes, "This thing's really neat. I ain't really figured out what it does yet." And he tosses it up, and as they're having the conversation, a loud shattering, and he accidentally drops an ephemera object, pulling them from their attention.
Fen's like,
And
be careful.
as it shatters across the floor, the fog fills up around where they're standing.
I gave you that too.
Sorry, Natalya. I didn't mean to. I'll clean it up, I swear.
Natalya, you are so lucky that I promised not to steal from my friends, because this would be too perfect.
So you have a cold mist in a medium area within your house that clings to the ground, and it's permanent.
I'll clean it up, I swear.
Lucas! Okay, well, seeing as one of our friends here has clearly made a mess, why don't we relocate ourselves to the backyard?
Yes, the famous track field. Let's go.
All right. As Natalya ushers you all out to the backyard, different chitter chatter amongst the folks in assembly go back and forth. And this gives you a chance to really see people and neighbors from the community for you to make small talk with from any of your prior sessions or anything. There's a host of people and contexts that you've met here before. So some of you are going to grab some plates of food to help bring Natalya that stuff down to the backyard. And I picture Lucas kind of like with a broom and a dustpan trying to sweep up a cloud.
Like huffing and puffing as the cloud is like up to my chest.
I'm gonna leave him to that. And is the that old guy, is he still there at the food table or whatever?
Yes, he is grumbling.
I'm gonna go over to him and put my hand out to shake hands and introduce myself.
Go ahead and roll an interaction check.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I wanna do a good impression, so I'm gonna push an interaction on that. So +1. Okay.
This is gonna be our game.
All right. Uh, he kind of squints and looks at you and clears his throat. No more beggars. What do you want?
I kind of like look behind me, like I don't see any beggars here. I'm in a really nice suit. Um, and I say, I was just really looking forward to meeting you. I was wondering if you were familiar with my mentor. He also dabbles in time and magic. Of course, now it leaves my mind. What is his name? I got it here. Oh, my mentor, Xavier Talner. I was wondering if you were acquainted with him.
Xavier. Oh, that bitter fool. He's interested in the future. There's nothing in the future. The future hasn't happened yet. The past, the new past, that's where all the action is. It's history. That's what I'm about. Xavier would never understand the intricacies of history. Future. Changing destiny. Bunch of hogwash.
Well, he's apparently not around right now, so I'm always interested in learning more. I would love to learn about history, I say, as if it's a strange foreign topic.
History. The best way to learn about history is to watch it unfold. If you come by my house, I have the greatest telescope where we can just sit and watch history as it is created.
That sounds so interesting. I will definitely take you up on that.
You got to be careful, though. Sometimes I find myself sitting there for days on end. Once I even sat for a week, didn't even realize time had passed.
Wow. Well, okay. If that happens, I'm assuming I could just let myself out if I'm done watching history.
Ha! Watch history, or you're doomed to become part of it.
That is true. Are you heading outside with everyone else?
Yeah, I'm going to use this smoke screen to make my getaway. I think I've had enough socializing for today. If you'll kindly excuse me.
Of course. And I turn away and let him leave.
Can I try to catch Doggin before you leave?
Sure, you can try to snag him on the way out.
Okay. You want me to roll like an interaction for that, or
Absolutely.
8?
Zogi the Divine. At least somebody out of your initial class of uh, Visley who attended my lesson that day made something of themselves.
Absolutely, Doggin. I had a few questions for you, if you don't mind, about the history, about the past.
Oh, the past is my favorite subject, good Zogi. What can I do for you?
I want to know what happened last year.
What happened last year?
Last year around this time. Remember the portals were shattering, and then that's all I remember.
The,
The
you
gateway.
think I study last year? I study thousands of years in the past. Last year was a minute or two. Like I don't even need my telescope to see last year.
Do you remember the birth of Lady Winter?
Do I remember the what?
The birth of Lady Winter?
Oh, I have seen Lady Winter's birth. Yes.
Tell me about it. Anything remarkable about it?
Lady Winter was born in the 13th hour.
13th, you say?
Yes. At the strike of 13.
Has that ever happened before?
Well, it used to happen all the time until 13 disappeared from the clock.
When did that happen?
Nobody quite knows, really. It was there one day, then it was gone. The 13th hour. Eh,
Now that is some good history.
good luck with that.
Thank you. It was nice seeing you again.
And with that, Doggin's going to make his way out of Natalya's house and slip away back to his house in a bubble where he can study history.
Would I have heard them talking about that?
You may have. Go ahead and make a roll for perception.
Okay. Okay, we'll just do it normal.
Yeah, I'm going to say that you were able to hear most of what they were talking about.
Okay. So I'll still let the doggin leave, and then I'll go up and be like, "Were you talking about someone named Lady Winter?
Yeah, I was. I hate her.
Who is this Lady Winter?
Oh, there's so much to it. I don't know where to start other than the diamond in the rough.
Okay, this sounds like a story that would be enjoyable to listen to as we party.
Maybe not for today, but maybe we could catch some time and I can tell you all about Lady Win.
Sure, because she's come up in my research, and I think I may need to speak to her.
I recommend not, but to each their own.
Okay.
She's a little bit bitter, that's all.
Well, apparently so is my mentor. I didn't think of him that way.
All right.
Seeing these guys standing around just talking while Natalya's trying to get everybody moved outside, I'm just going to walk over with kind of a repulsed look on my face as I'm holding these plates of food. And I'm going to kind of like shove them into the hands of Fen and Zogi and say, come on, folks, let's can the chat for now and get this stuff outside so we can continue with Natalya's party.
Okay, fine. I'll go outside.
All right. So, going outside, I flipped another Sooth card because you guys are moving locations, and that is the Hunter. And the Hunter has the Adept trait, which means I need to draw and flip another Sooth card immediately. As a resolution to the Hunter, Natalya, go ahead and gain a joy. I'm going to use the shift off of this card and say that the evening weather is gorgeous for you. It is the perfect night to be outside for a gathering. And in the distance, you can see the glow on the horizon from Flamehorn Lake.
Flamehorn Lake, best
beach ever.
Yeah, it sits because the sun has already gone down, but the glow from the fire kind of makes it look like a perpetual sunset in the distance, and it adds to the ambiance of your evening.
Now that
We're
we're
outside,
outside, I'd like to take another look at the map to see if, like, now that I'm outside and know that this map is of my neighborhood, if I can kind of piece together where it's leading or going.
All right, go ahead and roll an intellect check for that.
Hey, a decent roll for a change.
All right. So as you kind of shift and look at the map, the X on it kind of shimmers, and you can tell that it's magic of some nature. This isn't just a regular map. You realize as you're walking, the map itself is redrawing itself continually. It's not a static background. The X is remaining where it is, but the rest of the map is changing as you walk with it. When you look at it and you take into consideration your neighborhood, you realize that that X is pointing in the direction of Flamehorn Lake from where you're standing.
Seeing the amount of peculiar this is, I'm gonna go over to Ox and show Oxivius this.
As you go to show Oxivius the map, the next card that was drawn was Ghostly Presence. And Oxivius, go ahead and take a despair for that card.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So, Ghostly Presence, a past wrongdoing on the PC's part returns to haunt them. An NPC wronged in the past arrives to get revenge upon the PC. So, as Natalya walks close to you and begins to outstretch her hand with the map, you can feel the presence of Navid. Do either of you remember Navid?
I don't, but in my defense, I've done a lot of wrong to a lot of people.
Nope, do not remember him.
He was a particularly perverted old creep that used to live next door to Natalya. In fact, the fun fact for the rest of the group about Natalya and Ox, when they get together, they have such good times. Once, in fact, they actually teamed up to kill her neighbor. If I remember correctly, they drained his blood into a bathtub so Oxivius could recharge a magic item.
It sounds about on brand.
That's his kind of bubble bath.
That I made out of Big Bertha skin. It was very interesting.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to talk about that.
So you see, coming from the next door house, which has been vacant for some time now since the grisly murder that happened, you see the specter of Navid, the old man, and his mouth is open in a look of horror, and his neck is slit open, and he's got vocal cords and a little bit of flippet of skin kind of hanging out down out of it, and he looks very angry.
So who else besides me is seeing this?
The other member of the group that can actually see spirits is Zogi.
But he's not in this area right now, right? He's heading back in the other direction to move food.
That is correct.
Seeing the spirit, I'm gonna what?
What's that, Zogi? You cut out a little bit there.
I kind of know who he is. I'm gonna kind of like look over at Lucas and be like, Lucas, I heard you like spirits.
Yeah, I haven't seen one up close. Is there one here?
There is Lucas.
I wish I could see him. Ox, you can see those, right?
Yes, I can see them. And he is coming this way, and he is really very much not happy.
Ooh, not happy. Here, take this. And I will pass that over to Oxivius.
Oh my goodness.
I was built for this, baby.
I'm going to grab the snare and just look at it and shake my head and Lucas, why is it always you? You just never seem to fail to surprise me.
Surprise!
All right, are you going to use the snare?
And I'll say, just wait till your birthday, Ox.
Yeah, I might as well give it a go.
All right, go ahead and roll 2 dice.
I'm even going to roll a d10 this time, not a 20.
That sounds like a good deal. All right. So as the ghost of Naveed comes racing towards you with malevolent energy, you just kind of snap him with the silver rod, and in he goes to be held in place for at least until the next sunrise. But I'm going to go ahead and have you do those depletions every hour to see if he comes back later.
Okay. Can we just park this card in the corner here so we don't forget?
How's that?
Perfect. I would hate for him to, hate for us to forget for him to have the opportunity to pop up in the most inopportune time.
All right. So Vanessa and Natalya and Fen are all oblivious to what just happened, other than Oxivius acting really weird and snapping the air with a silver rod. You guys are completely oblivious as to what just transpired.
Yeah, I'll just turn to whoever is near me and just be like, it looks like he can see something that's not there. You know, I have a spell for that, but I didn't prepare it today. Maybe next time. As I continue like ferrying things back and forth.
Natalya, seeing Oxivius's attention split, she's gonna go, Ox, what was that?
Best not to discuss that here, my love. Let's just say it's a friend from the past.
Okay. Also, I was coming over here because this map that I got as a gift, for some reason, changes the path, but the X on the map stays the same as I move around. I'm going to show Ox the map.
Oxivius, go ahead and take an intellect check to see if you can identify the map. All right. As you look at the map, and you can feel the shimmer of energy over it, you notice that the map itself, not the X, which is in red, but the drawing of the map is in like a blue stardust that keeps changing. And as it redraws itself, little blue stars kind of fall almost like pixie dust from the map. And the blue lines with the blue stardust kind of jogs your memory to a nut time before when you fought the mind parasite and the blue markings on the ground that were left behind.
I have seen stuff like this before and I've come up blank. Do you remember that clock tower that we fought that everybody seemed to think we were the reason why everything was going crazy?
Yeah, rings a bell.
I remember seeing markings and symbolism just like this up in the top of that clock tower, the one that I took down while you guys were outside chatting.
Okay. Should we get the whole group in on this and maybe follow the map? Or should we let it be for a little while?
No, I think out of pure curiosity after seeing this stuff before, I'm most definitely interested in seeing where this could take us.
Alright, so with that, I'm gonna kind of wave over to the rest of the group members and ask them all to kind of gather over so that we can discuss the map.
All right.
I am more than happy to set down what I was doing and come over.
I'm gonna jump on Zogi's back. Be like, all right, piggyback time, let's go.
I'm gonna pop my wings and kind of fly over.
Damn it.
Make sure you spend the sorcery for that.
Yep.
Alright, so everybody, this map is kind of curious. We found that it's a map of my neighborhood. It's got a curious, like, star dust type thing where the X stays the same, but as I move, the directions to said X move. And we've seen this kind of stardust type thing before. So me and Ox kind of have a curiosity at where this goes. Would this be something that you guys are interested in following with us?
Yeah, let me take a closer look at that, and I like to try to gather some information using my tracking.
All right, go ahead and make a roll.
What kind of roll is it, so I know if I can push a bene for it?
I'm going to say intellect.
Okay, I'm gonna push an intellect and then a level 2 tracking skill, so +3. Easy peasy, number 9.
All right. So as you look at it and you kind of look in the horizon and whatnot, you are certain that the red X lands in that nice glowy sunset in the horizon. No matter which way you flip that map about, it seems to constantly point towards that direction.
Yep, seems like it's that way.
Does anybody else want to look at the map?
I'll give it a try, and I'll push an intelligence. I don't know if I can appraise this, if that even applies.
Yes, you can.
Okay. All right, so pardon me. That'll be
All right, roll it.
7. That's okay.
All right. You recognize this item. You've seen one for sale before. And now that you have seen the map separate from the bottle, it kind of clicks in your head that this is a dream map cast aside from the blue in a bottle. It floats back across the absolution and appears in the indigo as like a message in the bottle. But it is a guide to what you are dreaming of. These maps are very, very valuable.
Okay. Would it, so I assume then that the X is pointing towards the dream of Natalya since she opened it?
That is correct.
Yeah, Natalya. Something tells me you definitely want to go for this. I'll help out.
So everybody's on board?
Yeah, I'm fine for an adventure.
I'm gung ho.
I promise I won't steal anything along the way.
I'm done. This is gonna be fun.
I'm good to go. I'm sure the food out there is better than the food in here.
Yeah, the food inside got a little soggy.
It's a little overcooked for my taste.
And a little less Vizsla.
Oh, speaking of your taste, Octavius, here's some leftovers from the other night.
Yeah, I was about ready to say that.
And I pull out a small wooden bowl with a cover, with a little bit of rabbit stew in it, and on top as a garnish is the rabbit's raw heart.
Oh.
I'm happily going to take this and just start eating while we're walking.
All right, I'm going to throw up another Sooth card there. The Mysterious Rune. All right. You guys venture down Dream Street to the end of Dream Street. And for those of you who have never been to this neighborhood, there is a lake of fire or that makes a beach of black sand. And of course, there is a warning not just go diving in, swimming in this said beach.
Yeah, I don't feel like a warning is necessary.
I feel like a warning was necessary before we came here. This is crazy. It's so hot. He starts dampening his brow on the side of Zogi's head as he's still being piggybacked.
This is one of Natalya's favorite spots to come lay on the beach, as she is favored by the fire, so to speak. And she has been here countless times before. It's very familiar to her. And you guys all instantly begin to feel the heat from the lake of fire as you approach. A familiar face is kind of bathing out right there, walking through the flames. And it's somebody that Natalya knows well. I mean, he looks up at Natalya, kind of smiles, and walks out of the fire. And he's like, Natalya, so good to see you again. And he grins, and you can tell, like, this guy is a demon, and he is smooth as silk as far as it goes. And he veritably screams trouble. Natalya, on the other hand, kind of bats her eyes a little bit, and you can look at her and see that she likes the scream of trouble.
Well, I do tend to cause quite a bit of it, so you know.
Natalya, go ahead and make an interaction check with Lloyd and add +2 to it. All right, so the demon links up to the group and he kind of looks at Zogi cross-eyed a little bit, and then looks back at you and says, "You don't normally bring company down here. What brings you to the lake with so many do-gooders?"
Well, at my housewarming party today, I got an interesting gift. For some reason, it's leading here. Not quite sure why yet, but
Natalya, my sweet, sweet Natalya, you had a housewarming and you didn't invite me. Are you embarrassed by demons?
oh no, I just like to keep you all to myself.
Oh, well, I like to keep you all to myself too. Please, please, let me take a look at what you have there. It's an interesting trinket.
Sure.
Lloyd takes the map from you, drawing a look of concern from everybody as you just hand over this precious item to a demon. Like it's no big deal. And he kind of flips it around one way and then flips it around another. And he looks out into the lake and he looks back at you and he rolls it up and hands it back and says, "Nope, I think your quest is done. I would not recommend you venture any further on this."
Wait, why?
You know I'm too curious for this.
And you know what curiosity did to the cat?
That's fine. I'll bring the cat back. Why is it you're trying to discourage her from completing this?
I kind of like the way she looks now. That's all.
How would she look different?
I mean, have you ever seen anybody with their flesh peeled off their bones?
I mean, I'm
As
sure
a matter of fact, I have. Did it to a fellow once.
Surprised.
Jesus Christ. He was a great guy for the first few minutes that we knew him.
I don't know. I just thought maybe she was immune to fire or something. She plays with fire all the time, right?
Well, Lloyd, we both know that I'm not just a pretty face. I do like adventure, and you know, if you're that worried about me, maybe you should come along and make sure I stay safe.
Nah, we're all set.
Upstart, little angel worshiper? Yeah, I'm not listening to you. Sogi, go ahead and make an interaction roll with Lloyd.
Okay. Do I get any pluses or bonuses for having like ranks and angel stuff, or probably not? Yeah, probably not.
Nope, that's all working against you there, boyo.
Well, it's gonna be a 6.
All right. Lloyd squints at you, looking at you hard, as if he's studying the very nature of your being, if you will. He leans in really close so that you can smell the sulfur on his breath and says in a very low, threatening tone, keep your angels out of my lake.
Or else what?
I'm gonna quickly snap my cane up in between the two of them, kind of like give them both a tap on the chest to kind of separate them a little bit. Like, this is not what we're here for. Whether you like this or not, we're following where the map wants us to go. So you can either help us or you can get out of the way. Your choice.
Go ahead and make an interaction check against Lloyd. Octavius.
Yeah, I'm actually going to use one interaction and give it a bump. And I got a 7.
All right. Lloyd looks down at your cane, and then he looks at you in the eyes and kind of shakes his head. And he's like, this feathered freak isn't even worth it. All right? And he turns his back on both you and Zogi, walking back to Natalya. He says to her, are you absolutely sure this is what you want?
We both know that curiosity isn't going to let me leave this alone.
Fine, fine, he says. And he pulls a book out from his satchel. And the book seems to be like a normal red leather until he holds it up in front of you and the cover bursts into flames. And he reaches out and hands you the book.
Thank you. What is it?
That is the history of Flamehorn Lake. It's a magical little doodad, if you will. And I think it'll help you find your ex. But I can't go with you.
Thank you for the help, and I will try to come back just as pretty as I left it, but we'll see what happens.
Are you going to open the...
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to read it.
All right. So you open up the book, and as you flip open the pages of the book, fire and smoke and brimstone and lava marks every single page. It's extremely hard to read, but you seem to get to a section in the middle as it just flops open naturally to itself, where there are a series of runes written in just pure white hot flame. And you can read the runes, you recognize them, and they almost call to you. You can feel the flame calling to you.
She's gonna read them with kind of a smile on her face.
All right, go ahead and make a roll. Use 2 dice. And if you want, you can add a sortilege to it as you read it using magic.
Okay, I am going to add a sortilege to it.
Okay, so you add a sortilege, so that's going to be 3 dice on your roll. And the d20 is not going to count. All right. As you read the infernal script in front of you, the lake actually parts, almost like Moses parting the Red Sea. And it makes a tunnel within the flames that heads down, deep down, and you can see like a cave entrance down at the bottom of the lake.
Well, guys, are we ready to go? Looks fun.
I'm gonna whisper in Zogi's ear. They kind of make a cute couple for being, all fiery and stuff.
And filthy and greedy and disgusting. Yeah,
Oh, we don't like him?
he's demon. He said very mean things about short people.
Bastard.
I'm gonna lean over to Fen and go, and in a very quiet voice, go, Was this magical mansplaining? Is this mansplaining? Should we be offended by this?
I feel like maybe, but at the same time, I just want to see where this goes.
Oh, such a wonderful idea. Tapping the cane, I'm going to start nudging everyone forward, onwards and upwards.
And here I forgot my asbestos hoodie.
Yeah, I mean, if at least one set of clothes that you own isn't totally ruined by burn marks, apparently you're not doing anything right.
That's true. As I make my way toward the opening in the lake, I turn to Lloyd and say, I'll see you when I get back.
All right. Please note I just flipped another Sooth card. And that is the Whispering Lover.
Go, Lloyd.
Just to let everybody know, it's gonna be a plus on gray and a minus on indigo.
That is correct. So as you say that to Lloyd, he sweeps his arm around you and immediately locks you in a deep, passionate kiss. And whispers to you, just in case you don't come back, I needed to.
Well, I now have very much incentive to come back.
All right. So the Whispering Lover card flip represents a relationship forming. So go ahead and take a note that you could develop a romance with Lloyd as a character arc later. All right. And then the group makes their way down the stairs to the cave below.
Natalya,
Yes?
if I remember correctly, isn't it rumor that there's dragon's breath down here or something like that?
Yes, the rumor is that the Flamehorn Lake was created by dead red dragon's breath that never extinguished. That was the rumor anyway.
Something tells me we're gonna find the truth in this rumor.
Watch, it's just a projection and it's just like super hot.
All right. You descend into the cave, and you are all sweating profusely, except for Natalya, who seems completely immune to the fire thanks to her touched by the flame forte. But the rest of you are feeling nice and warm. You walk between, massive walls of flame as you get down to the barrier of the cave, and the cave is almost like melting obsidian. Like it is cooked by just ages and ages of fire. And you pass through into this cave, and at first it's completely pitch dark, and you kind of turn a corner and you see a light in the distance that's kind of beckoning you forward. And Natalya's right out front leading the way. She is so happy to be exploring under the lake. She has spent so much time here.
As we're making this first bit of this trek, Lucas, being so overheated, is going to slowly start stripping clothes until he is just in his loincloth, because he is sweating. Beard is drenched.
Do you need me to store your clothes so they don't get burned or anything?
Please, Fen.
Okay.
It's so hot. Anybody have water?
Let me check. I'm gonna pull my head off and reach my arm in to see if I stored any, like, bottles of water.
I'm gonna chuckle at the sight of Lucas stripping down and Fen taking all of his clothes, and I'm gonna pull out a flask that I have in my jacket pocket and pass it over to him. Here you go, chap. Give this a shot.
Oh no.
Without thinking, he's gonna drain it. Not sure what's in it.
Oh no. Let's hope it's water.
I'm just gonna react to this entire thing like you gotta do that. You really gotta do that now?
Listen, he's a little mad.
Are you not hot? You know, heat sinks. It's hotter down here than it is up there. I don't know what the weather like's up there, big man.
So, just for anybody that's not aware, that flask is not anywhere close to water. Think of my favorite meat source, and then think of the juices that I get from my meat providers.
Ew.
All right. That is gross. Okay, so as the party moves towards the light, you come to this fiery intersection with an ancient rope bridge crosswalk, and you guys are feeling the heebie-jeebies, except for Natalya, who seems like this is a walk in the park, literally, for her. But this rope bridge lays before you.
It doesn't look safe. Natalya, do we have to cross that bridge, or is there another direction we can go?
I'm gonna look down at my map and see if there's any.
No, there you can't really see anything else. The corridor that led you here was a straight shot, other than that one corner that you made. So there's no off rights, there's no other paths for you to take. This is your only way forward. And as you kind of look at your map and then look out over to the other side, you can see a shadow in the doorway, like there's somebody there.
I'm gonna yell across to this shadow that I see and say, "Hello, is anybody over there?"
Immediately upon yelling out, the fire below kind of flares to life a little bit and jumps up, scorching and kissing the underside of the bridge. And the shadow kind of shrinks down as if it were scared and moves deeper down the corridor.
No, it's okay. I don't have any desire to harm you. I just want to talk to you.
Maybe it's afraid of the fire, although I don't know why it's down here if it's afraid of fire.
He got trapped down here.
Natalya, go ahead and make an interaction check to see if your words could coax the shadow out from hiding. You can see a flicker within the light beyond of the shadow kind of moving like it's peeking around the corner, but it doesn't come out.
So, can we tell if it's like intentionally hiding from us or from the fire? I mean, we're making the assumption it's hiding from the fire, right?
Well, it didn't move until Natalya yelled out.
Oh, so Natalya scared it. Way to go. Good job, Natalya.
For some reason, I have that effect on people.
So I'm gonna turn to Fen and be like, Fen, do you still have any of those steaks in your hat?
Yeah, I thought I had given them all to you, but I reached my hand in to check on something the other day, and yeah, I found one. Hang on. I'll go in and find a steak that's been sitting in there for a week and and hand it over.
Oh, it's almost perfect. So I'm gonna take the steak and kind of wave it at this shadow on the other side. I have no idea if it's gonna make any difference, but if you sometimes you can coax things with food. So I'm gonna like wave the steak and kind of toss it in the direction of the thing to try and have it come out.
Um, as the steak lands on the bridge ahead of you, it sizzles like it hit the grill.
We all
And
smell food cooking.
and the shadow kind of leans forward a little bit, and it looks like the face of a girl, a very pale skinned girl, but the face of a little girl nonetheless.
Huh.
So I'm gonna try and move forward, and as I'm moving forward, like call out and try talking to her to try and draw her out a little more.
All right, go ahead and make an interaction check.
Hey, Ox, if you're going to be going out on the bridge, maybe you want to hold the chain just in case, my chain, I mean, just in case, like, the bridge gives out or something.
Sure, I can absolutely do that.
It's not going to let you get all the way across, but
Well, I
at
mean,
least I don't think.
I'd like to think that Zogi with his wings would be able to save me if something bad were to happen. But I don't want to you know think for him.
Okay. Well, I mean,
All right, so that's a whopping 4.
Upon calling out to her, she kind of shrinks back again, as if she is just terrified of everything.
oh,
Before we do anything too scary, I'm going to use my solid fire ability and make a bridge across the chasm that will let us pass safely.
nice. That's awesome.
All right. The solid fire. What's the sorcery cost on that, Natalya?
So level 5.
All right, and you can make objects out of that, right? If I remember correctly.
Yep.
So this is a spell that's on her forte tree for those who are curious what exactly she's doing. Solid fire says that she can reach into fire and shape it into objects made out of flame that can be used as if they were solid. She can perform this action every round, and she can create items. It could be a weapon, it could be a tool, or something of that nature. It could be shields, armor, clothing, But basically, she can make things out of solid fire.
How long do the things last after she's made them?
It's actually a silver spell on her forte tree, and it doesn't have a depletion. So it pretty much lasts until she dismisses it.
Cool. Why don't you always wear clothes made out of fire then, Natalya?
Somebody said it.
People tend to fear that in the everyday conversation.
I mean, I don't know. In the entertainment business, that would be amazing. Like if I had that ability, I would definitely make all my clothes made out of fire.
Think of how much you would throw off players at a poker table. You could make massive amounts of money.
Or if you came into a threat and you could just light them on fire.
All right. So as you guys are casually discussing Natalya's wardrobe options, Oxidius
We're good influences.
Oxidius is halfway out, and the bridge is reinforced by her flames here.
Yeah.
So you feel completely safe if you want to continue across the bridge.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to continue walking across, and I'm going to continue trying to get the kid's attention in hopes that she'll calm herself.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and flip another Sooth card as you narrow in on this stranger waiting for you on the other side.
Hey Lucas, do you happen to still have that what was it? A music box with you? I mean, it would be a weird thing to carry around with you, but I'm just checking.
Yeah, I forgot to unpack my backpack last night. So yeah, hold on. I'll pull it out and hand it over the little mini carousel.
All right, I'm gonna wind it up. Be like,
Theme
maybe
music.
she'll like the music.
Excellent.
Fun fact, it's Guile's theme.
It's not the theme to Gilligan's Island? All right. So, are you going to play the music box?
I'm gonna play the music box, yes.
All right.
And I'll walk towards the bridge as well.
Go ahead and make an interaction check, and I'm going to add 4 to it for the music box.
All right. Okay. Let's do this. I mean, it could have been better.
All right. The girl, while very suspicious, emerges so that you can get a full look at her.
Or at least look at all of her that's there.
As she kind of timidly walks to the edge of the path, listening to the music box.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I have a connection with the dead. Would this be useful in communicating?
I think all of us do now, right?
Yes, everybody should have 1 level. I think Oxibius has 2 with the dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a little friendly.
So she stands at the end of the far walkway and is looking curiously at the music box.
So
I will keep walking forwards with it.
I'm going to stop moving forward and allow Fen to get to me and past me in hopes that she can calm the little twerp into coming out.
Okay. I'll kind of like whisper behind me, Lucas, is it okay if you don't get this back?
I mean, I thought it was really cool.
Okay, I'll try.
I have faith in you, Fen.
That's one of us.
Just like Zogi. I have faith in him, too.
So I'll go ahead and keep going forwards, making sure that the music box still plays as I like hold it out in front of me so that she can clearly see it.
She shies away from you at first, but as you approach, her curiosity overwhelms her, and she meets you at the edge, very edge of the bridge to the chasm, and she smiles as you get closer with the music box, obviously interested in the sound coming out.
Okay. Once I get close enough, I will, even though I am short, I'll kneel down so that I'm like closer to her. And then I will, still holding it out, making sure that it's still playing music. I'll just be like, what are you doing down here? Are you lost?
I've been trapped since the cataclysm.
Oh, that's not good. What's keeping you here? Do you need some help?
The path to the Pale from here is blocked.
Oh no. Well, maybe if you tag along with us, we can get you far enough away that you can get to the Pale.
I think it's where I belong, but everyone who's gone through that door has never come back.
Oh, do you know anything about what's through that door?
It's a prison of your worst fears.
Oh. Hmm. Okay.
Those who are touched by the fire go in, but they don't come out.
Huh. I'll just kind of like look back towards the group and say, we actually, we have one such person with us. They were drawn here.
Oh, many of those who are touched by fire are drawn here. They want the secrets of the fire, the secret below the fire. They all go in looking for the secret. Nobody's ever returned. Just me here, alone, forever, since the cataclysm, the great cataclysm.
Hmm.
What is this cataclysm that you speak of?
Oh, this is my friend, Octavius. He's very nice.
We were all here. Visley, it was such a nice neighborhood. But he didn't want to go. The riverman showed up to take him to the Pale, but he didn't want to go.
Who didn't want to go?
The Visley, he didn't want to go to the Pale. He didn't want to go with the riverman. And so he cast a spell, a terrible spell, and the cataclysm happened. The riverman, he's beyond.
Oh, that wasn't very nice.
Does this Visley have a name?
I don't know. He lived in my neighborhood.
Do you have a name?
I used to have a name. Long ago, I had a name.
Can we tell exactly what she is? Is she just a corpse? Is she reanimate? Like what exactly is she?
Why don't you go ahead and take an intellect check?
Well, I don't want to be smart today. I don't want to.
And go ahead and add your ranks of the dead to it.
So I'll add my ranks of the dead. I have a level 2 mortician skill from my time in the shadow. So would that allow me the ability to tell a little bit more about what their dead or undead state would be?
Um, Normally, I would say, yeah, you could help tell its undead state using your mortician because you're licensed in such things. But where she's got a gaping hole in her chest and half a head, I think it's a pretty safe bet that she's not exactly among the living anymore.
Okay, fair enough.
Although, if you want to use your magical insight, you can always push a sortilege.
Oh yeah, let's go for that 0.
Baited.
Almost.
So what's that? 9 and a 5.
All right, Mr. Necromancer type guy. You can recognize this as a soul that has lingered for far too long, unable to find its way home to the Pale. The soul has started to deteriorate and is slowly fading away into the darkness.
I have an idea. Um, I'll just kind of like hold up the music box again and say, uh, you've been here for a while, I think. Have you have you ever figured out how to possess things?
I have no arms to possess things anymore.
Not like that. Like you go inside of something and use it like you would use a body, only sometimes it's not like a body.
Well, I do like that music box.
Yeah, I think maybe if you know how to do that, you could sit inside the music box while we do what we need to do, and then we can get you to safety.
All right, Fen, go ahead and take a despair.
All right.
And that's for the suspicious hound card flip for the DM shift.
All right.
And she looks at you very suspiciously and almost visibly grows shaken. Um,
Oh,
she's she just shakes her head no. You're trying to trick me. No, I need to stay here. I'm supposed to stay here until they come looking for me. I can't leave. If you take me from here, they'll never find me.
okay. Well, I kind of turn towards Ox, like, you know more about spirits than me. How do I convince her? I don't want to leave her here.
We don't have to leave her. We also don't have to convince her. There are ways to bring her with us and not necessarily get her willingness to go.
Oh. Okay. It won't hurt her, will it?
No, it won't hurt. She won't feel a thing.
Okay.
Oh,
Well-
Jesus.
Well, I think it's a good idea then.
All right, Hawks, what are you going to do?
I try to distract her with the music box.
Well, so here's my line of thinking. While Fen is distracting her with the music box, I am going to pull out my reticulated sword and I'm going to do a clean sweep across the shoulders and hopefully drop her to the floor.
Okay.
All right, make a roll.
What is this going to be for? You thinking physicality, maybe? Oh no, it's a sword.
Yeah, you're making an attack with the sword. So you could push physicality for damage. You could push accuracy to aim, or you could push sortilege to make it a magic attack.
No, I think we're good just with the sword. We'll do a roll in the sword's level here. So 8.
So her eyes don't even have a chance to register and go wide as she's looking down at the music box with kind of
I
a
feel
smile.
complicit now.
As the reticulated sword slices through the deck and her head rolls on the ground. Her face still frozen in a look of curiosity.
Zogi? Are we supposed to, like, fight now?
No.
Was that
Moment of
necessary?
Just have faith in the feathery one. For Christ's sake, have faith in me. So I'm going to immediately start chanting Soul Thief.
All right, go ahead and spend your sorcery. And is that a targeted spell? Do you want to put that down on the table?
Okay, and what I want to do is I'm going to cast this and try and trap her soul into the music box.
All right, go ahead and roll 2 dice. And let's see, our positive is, what is that, indigo and gray? So no effect there.
Oh, hell.
Oh, we're going to need a miscast. A little bit of a flux here. What could possibly happen and go wrong using a soul thieving spell? Do we have anybody on the stream that wants to roll a flux for us?
We do have viewers. Don't know if anybody watching. What was the command again for that?
The command for this one will be exclamation minor flux, MINORFLUX.
Can I propose a flux?
Yeah, if the folks at home give them a second to see if anybody makes a roll. If not, then yeah, I'll allow somebody to propose one.
Okay.
Please don't take like the wrong soul, because that would suck. Well, they have to be dead, so that's fine.
On the bright side, with your modifiers, that spell still passes, so you are going to take her soul and put it into the music box.
Yes. Lucas, I don't think you want this music box anymore. At
And
least till she's not around.
Oxivius, you can go ahead and pick up the Soul Thief card. All right. Do we have any takers in the viewers at home, or are we going to roll with it?
I think we'll just roll with it.
All right. Lucas, did you have a flux you wanted to propose?
I do. GM's preference, the soul, instead of going into the music box, goes into some other unknown object in its vicinity.
Oh, I like that.
Oh no, I'm carrying a lot of objects higher than level 5.
You're not in the vicinity.
Yeah, you're
I was
further
kind of
back on the
assuming.
bridge.
Yeah, I was like
Oh,
assuming on
good.
Fen or Ox, but they don't know what it goes into. They assume it's in the music box.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not in the vicinity. I'm good.
All right. I'm going to go with that. I've decided.
Cool.
See, Fen, I'm not that mean. I didn't take your soul.
Yeah. Yeah. And if it's one of my things, we'll deal with it. It's fine.
All right. The remains of the Hollow Girl kind of fade away into nothingness as Oxivius's spell literally steals her soul. What do you guys want to do next? Do you want to progress further into the cave?
I would like to propose an idea after walking forward to the scene of the crime, shall we say?
All right, go ahead.
First, I'd like to ask Ox and Fen how much information they got, if assuming I wasn't able to hear it.
Yeah, you guys that were standing on the other shore could definitely not hear all the details. It was too far away. You've got a roaring pit of fire in between you. So, yeah, only the people that were up close could hear all the details.
Didn't get as much as I was hoping, at least, but we know that people who go through that door don't come back, and that the people who are touched by fire are the ones who go down there most often, because the secrets to fire are down there. And some jerk Visley who didn't want to accept death blew up the neighborhood that used to be here and made it so that souls who die here can't pass on to the Pale, I think.
I've definitely seen this before.
Okay. So we're just going to go through the door, and the information we have on the door is people don't come back. If yeah,
Yeah, I asked her, but I was pretty sure that she hadn't been in there before.
might just be me, but I'm kind of a knowledge is power girl. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this.
Okay.
I would like to consult the Finder of Secrets to get more information about what we're actually going to get into.
Where'd you find that cool little object?
What does it do? I can't read it.
Powered by secrets, the finder ferrets out even the deepest enigmas. If the owner whispers a secret in its ear and spends one hidden knowledge, they can give the finder a topic. The GM then provides a clue or hint about that topic. The information gained is always useful, but only hints at what the owner is really after. If the owner chases someone down in an alleyway and suddenly comes up upon a dead end with the quarry nowhere to be seen, the finder, if asked, might suggest that its owners noticed the scratches in the stone wall of the building on the left. It doesn't say there's a hidden door on the wall, but the clue might lead the owner to finding it.
Cool.
So you're going to go ahead and spend one hidden knowledge from your hidden knowledge pool, and then ask me your question.
Sorry, it took a really long time to find my hidden knowledge on my sheet.
That's all right.
So I would like to ask, why can't people come back when they go in?
The finder of secrets says not all doors open both ways.
That's kind of what I thought. Just because they don't come back doesn't mean they failed or were destroyed. They just went somewhere else. Maybe they didn't need to come back this way.
Or there might be another exit out that just goes somewhere else, I guess. Do I take the Finder of Secrets back?
Yes, you do. It's an artifact.
Cool. I'd like to turn to the group and also go and remember, and I kind of pull my happy fun get out of jail free compass out. It's like, we always have an out. I don't know where we'll go, but we always have an out. Let's just hope whatever's in there, or the reason why people can't come back, is because of death.
What is our objective in this? Why are we going through this door?
Because I want to find out what the map is trying to tell me.
Okay, so we're trying to get to X marks the spot.
Pretty much.
Why would we only use the compass to get out when we could just use it to get there?
I don't get to choose where this brings us. It just brings us somewhere.
I think if you focused hard enough, we could try it.
I think I have a plan on how to come back after we've been in that tunnel area.
Yeah, doesn't the compass say you can go forwards or backwards or something like that? Along or through, something like that.
Yeah, but hell if I know where that is.
Well,
it's toward and along. Those aren't really actual directions.
Towards our heart's desire.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a good idea, but if this is really how you want to do this,
no, I'm just proposing an idea. That's all. I'm just spitballing here.
As it evaporates as soon as it comes out of your mouth. It's really hot.
I mean, to be fair, I'm standing there in my loincloth with my hands on my hips.
Yeah, look, Mr. Short, Dark, and Naked, I'm pretty sure this is a much better idea as an escape as opposed to a go-to.
Why don't you guys think about this while we take a short 5-minute break at 6 o'clock? So let's take a 5 or 10-minute break for the DM to recharge, and we'll be back shortly.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
And we're back, folks.
All right. So the group is gathered on the other side of the fiery chasm. Oxivius has stolen the soul of the hollow girl that had been trapped down here, and she had revealed, basically in a nutshell, that this entire area used to be a neighborhood unto itself, before a unnamed Visley that she did not know basically caused a giant cataclysm to ward off a person she called the Riverman. Outside of that, you know that beyond the doorway in the chasm is some type of prison of suffering, pain, fear, something along those lines. But Natalya is strongly feeling the urge to continue deeper into the chasm.
Hey, I just would like to point out that I am not stealing a soul. I am not killing anything. I am helping this young lady escape from the prison that she is currently in. I just happen to be doing it in a manner that she wasn't originally approving of.
Fair enough. I'll give you that. All right, group. Are you guys heading back up to the surface, or are you going to keep exploring to find the secret of fire?
I want to keep exploring. I am ready to go.
I'm confident my compass can get us out of any rough situations should they occur. So let's keep going.
If you have nothing to be afraid of, there's no fear.
As they're discussing who's ready or not, Lucas is gonna give a yank on the door handle and see what happens.
All right. So Lucas goes ahead, yanks open the door, and you feel the world turn upside down.
Oh, fuck.
And you are standing in a room. The chasm is gone, the heat is gone, and it's cold and dark. And the door that you just came through is nowhere to be seen.
Is it just him in there, or is it all of us?
All of you.
Okay. Well, at least I can give you your clothes back, Lucas.
The entire group. It's almost a sickening churn of your stomach, like you were flipped upside down. And as the room kind of comes into view around you, you are painfully aware that the area you were in is completely gone. Like, there's no door, there's no path, nothing. And there's a figure of a person on the floor, like just sobbing, as the room kind of shifts into focus. And I'm going to go ahead and flip a Sooth card here. And that is the compelling voice. The compelling voice is invisible sun. So invisible magic gets a bonus on this one. If anybody has invisible spells. And the family here is the Secrets family, which are gallants, if there are any gallants in the crew.
I'm hitting on all cylinders here so far.
All right. So as you become brutally aware of the darkness in the area around you, you are welcomed to the prison of despair.
Awesome. I'm going to pull Lucas's clothes out of my hat and toss them at him.
While donning his clothes. You know, it's actually quite freeing. You guys should try it sometime.
I'm going to have to say no.
You're still living in the shadow, my friend.
So is this person still crying?
Yes, she is.
Could what would be the stat for persuasion?
Interaction. And then persuasion is generally a skill that attaches to it.
I would like to slowly and gently try to get the attention of the sobbing woman and try to, I guess, get a base of information of what's going on.
All right, go ahead and make a roll.
I'm not going to push an interaction as I only have one. We might need it later, but let's try. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, it's not a flux because it's only one.
Yep, it wasn't magical.
But you also got a 0.
So
My game
lifts,
is terrible.
she lifts her head and looks at you with 2 hollow sockets where her eyes used to be, and just free flowing blood trickles down from hollow sockets. And as she opens her mouth, a stream of maggots falls out, and she melts down upon herself in just a pile of feathers, almost as if she's decomposing. And you look up and you can hear the laughter of some very evil being in the background, and it echoes through the halls. And there are 3 paths, there are 3 doors for you to take. All of them are completely dark.
Natalya, does your map help any right now?
I'm gonna look down at it and see if it's giving any direction.
To the right.
It says to the right.
You said the room's dark.
The rooms beyond are dark. The room that you're in right now looks exactly like what you're seeing.
Does my wings being active help with that?
Yes, your wings cast light, so when you walk into the next room, the wings will light the way.
I'm gonna ask the rest of the group, guys, you hearing that laughter? Or is that just me?
Just you.
No, or at least I heard it, but don't acknowledge things like that. It just makes them feel more powerful.
Listen.
My
Demons,
tummy's grumbling.
Shemans.
I'm just making sure I'm still sane here, that's all.
You're probably as sane as any of the rest of us.
Hey, I've lost a poker hand with 4 aces before. I can take ridicule. I've been through worse.
So, this individual that is like no eyes, bleeding out the sockets, and in a bit of a mess. Is she dead? Undead?
I thought she melted into nothingness.
Yeah, she just disincorporated into a pile of feathers.
Oh, well, crap. I guess there's that.
I have a feeling that maybe this was just an illusion to mess with our heads.
Can I take a feather?
Certainly.
I'm gonna take a feather.
Klepto?
I don't know why. Well, I mean, yes, that, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe this will be useful. I'm gonna take a feather.
I mean, if it's not useful, At least it's nice for arts and crafts.
Do I get any like demonic feeling down here?
The most amazing thing for you, Zogi, is that you do not hear the voices anymore.
That's not shouty. I'm gonna take a right. Let's go.
I'm gonna tug on Ox's coattails. Hey, just, I mean, even though she's dead, like I can, like those feathers are fair game, right? My supplies run.
I don't know if we call her dead because she's just kind of like puddle of feather. So, I mean, who's to really argue? I'm gonna lean down and just grab a handful of them and stuff them in my satchel and just like waste not, want not.
Yeah, I haven't been down to see Fancy recently. This will restock me nice, and I'll grab a few handfuls and tuck them into every pocket that I am wearing.
All right, did you guys scoop up the feathers?
Oh yeah.
All right, go ahead and mark on your sheets. For those of you who took feathers, that you have angel feathers.
I knew it. That's why I was like, oh, I don't want to take any though.
And those are going to be a level 8 item. And for everybody who picked up feathers, go ahead and roll a d20, and that's how many you grabbed and stuffed into your pockets.
Wow.
19.
I am a klepto.
20.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh goodness.
You guys are just shoveling them up.
Yeah. I'm like, I'd like take my hat off and hold it out like, you guys, you don't have to stuff them in pockets.
I'm gonna take one of my feathers and tie it into Fenn's hair.
Thank you. Okay.
It suits you.
It's like a pattern.
All right.
I'm gonna
Vanessa's too
hide
tall.
down. I'm gonna hide mine down my top because I'm self-conscious about my torso.
I have a backpack.
You're self-conscious about what, Vanessa?
My character is not exactly endowed up top,
She's
so
stuffing.
she's just gonna use them. Yeah,
Like you got small titties?
She is just helping her figure, that's all.
Enhancing.
Yeah. I
All
would
right.
wrap them in cloth first, maybe. They might be pokey. It's fine.
All right. And did I hear Zogi say you were storming into the next room?
Yeah, like yeah.
crap.
All right. So as you guys follow Zogi into the next room, following the light, realizing his wings are the light source,
Follow me, children.
you come into an open stone chamber, and there are arcane markings all over the floor. And as you walk towards the center of the chamber, you hear the voice echo through the corridor. And it says in a booming, ominous tone, "Touched by fire, time to die by what you most fear."
Do I hear this voice?
Yes, all of you hear it.
Okay.
He's talking to you, and I'm gonna stand behind Natalya and like reach up and push on her back forward.
Can you really
Protect
die
me.
by which something you fear if you don't fear anything at all?
The avatar of torment will manifest itself. Natalya, go ahead and make a roll on intellect.
You're gonna roll good. This will be the one to do it.
Watch out for the hellhounds. Sounds like they're pretty active tonight.
Sorry about that.
I thought that was just the avatar of torment.
2.
This is going to be our night. I can already tell.
All right. The runes on the floor flare to life as the magic seeps into the room from all directions. And you can feel an entity being formed in front of you. And you all begin to wonder, what is it that a person touched by fire would fear so very badly?
Water.
Water.
Or ice, but
A
probably
goat,
water.
maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna say a snowman.
Olaf.
Who's Dockmeister? Is that you?
All
The-
right.
The knife arm is especially disconcerting for some reason to me.
It's because it scares you.
Is it as bad as the yellow snow on the side?
Oh man, I didn't even notice that.
Look right above the pea stain. There's a little child in there too.
I'm not a fan of children. That's okay.
All
I
right.
feel attacked.
So, as the crushing minister of terror takes form in the shape that it thinks Natalya would fear most, its shocking appearance robs all nearby beings of their next action.
Would my extra moment count here?
Yeah, I'd allow you to use your extra moment now.
Okay. So yeah, I will. That will allow me to have an action
Yes,
when it's our turn.
it is your turn then, because generally the players go first.
Okay, and everybody else is just frozen in fear.
Everybody
like-
else is frozen in shock.
Okay. All right. Oh shoot. I could do that. I'm gonna be like, maybe you guys should. No, I'm not gonna use that. I'll just pull out my my scythe and just just run at it. And I actually did prepare my my magic spell. Maybe I should start with magic spells. Hang on. Not used to having the magic spell ready. That one is I got it. Oh,
Do you need me to switch
never
over to your
mind.
mind?
No, I've got it written down. It's all good. It does not affect non-living targets. I don't know if this thing is living.
Shoot it and find out.
Yeah, but I don't want to waste this. I'm just going to hit it with my scythe since I don't know if it's living or not. So yeah, I will run up and attack it with the scythe. So it's gonna
All right,
be-
go for it.
So it's 2d10. The level of the scythe is, I wrote it down, level 4. And then I'll use 1 Bene to accuracy.
All right, roll it.
Whoa, that like didn't move at all. Damn it. Okay.
We have another flux.
Awesome. Maybe it'll be in my favor. I mean, not all the fluxes are bad.
So what's your total modifiers? 5?
Yes, it's 5.
All
it.
right. So your scythe passes through it and to no effect.
Oh,
Go ahead and make the depletion roll on the scythe.
okay. I'm also going to back away to a safe distance once I'm done. That's just a d10.
Oh, there it goes. Pop goes the scythe as it just fades away in your hands. A lost memory.
Now I'm just mad. I'm going to retreat for a safe distance and pull my my chain whip and be all mad.
As she pulls her chain whip, we do have a flux in the chat.
Sweet.
Excellent. Somebody rolled a flex in our chat.
Yes.
What did we get?
All of your clothes lose their color temporarily.
I mean, that seems apropos because it's all like white and cold here.
They
Wait, so
become invisible.
I was gonna say, does that mean color is in white or color is in invisible?
Like Emperor's New Clothes style.
Okay.
Ha! I told you, Fen. Isn't it free?
I mean, I still feel like I have my clothes on, so.
Yeah, they're just
Not what we see.
they're just avoided color.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, I don't care. I got
Oh,
my chain whip out and I'm angry.
all right. So the Minister of Terror turns on Natalya, and its two black coal eyes start to spin as it gazes into you, and you feel a coldness take over in your chest. Go ahead and make a resistance check.
I'm gonna push an intellect.
All right. That is not going to cut it. And the terrorizing gaze of the Minister of Terror pierces into you. You feel cold in your chest, and you suffer one anguish as you're frozen and immobile for 2 turns.
What do you have to use to not suffer an anguish?
Intellect. Okay. The rest of you get a new turn.
Yes. Lucas would like to cast Chromatic Strike at this snow beast.
All right. Go ahead and slap that card down.
There we go.
All right. So it depends on where the sun is currently active. So right now you are at the, let's see, what position are we in? We are silver, green, blue, indigo, gray, pale, red. All right, go ahead and roll it. You're going to roll 2 dice and add the level of the spell.
I totally misread this spell. Not gonna lie. I will roll for the red though.
Yeah, it's going to trigger based on where in the Sooth, in the path of suns, the Sooth card is the current active one is, which is why there isn't an invisible one.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking the sun currently active, as in on the bottom of the card. I'm just a dum dum. Here comes the roll.
Oh,
Easy peasy.
Oh,
That's what I
dear.
get though. That's what I get for misunderstanding. So.
all right. So Lucas winds up, throws a dangerous energy red blast at this thing. It, to which the Minister of Terror feels no effect. It doesn't even flinch as this blast bounces off of it, and we're going to need another flux from the crowd.
I feel
And
like
it
this
was
is going
rolled.
horribly.
Objects fall from nearby shelves or ledges, causing them to break or fracture.
Are there any shelves or ledges here?
All right, the magical flux surges through the room, and the walls kind of vibrate with energy as the flux pings off and reverberates through the chamber. Everybody drop one ephemera item.
Got him.
It has to be an actual ephemera.
Yep, if you have one. If you don't,
Hey, I used all my.
Well, I guess I will drop my. Jeez.
Sorry, guys.
all right. The echo of magic causes you all to stumble, and as you're stumbling about, as the spell is like bouncing around the room in sheer red energy, you all drop an ephemera item to the floor, sending the items kind of scattering all over the place into corners. They fall down cracks in the floor, and they fall in between the runes and whatnot, and are lost.
I'm just losing all my objects today.
We need to stop letting Lucas do things.
All right, Lucas, good try, man. Good try. Next, Natalya, you're frozen, by the way. You're stunned. So you're frozen, immobile with fear for 2 turns. So you are stuck. Probably like many of the flame eaters who came before you.
I assume because we can all see it, it is not a ghost.
That is correct.
I do not have a lot to help here.
Well, I'm going to cast Vampire's Breath, which I don't understand why this is a spell, because considering my daily intake, it would just kind of seem natural, but I'll just go with it. Smell of the grave hangs heavy on my breath, startling one close person I choose, giving them a -1 on their next action. And I'm just going to stare down Frosty and give him a nice breath of, yesterday's dinner.
All right.
Hmm. Does anybody
Fen?
else want to go, or has everybody but me gone?
Fen, Zogi, and Vanessa still need to go.
You know what? Let's be stupid like I normally am when a battle rolls out, and I think we all know what I'm gonna do.
You're going to kick it.
I'm gonna kick it. That's all I know how to do in combat. I have no weapon. Maybe I can knock that stupid carrot off its face.
All
I
right.
used to have more weapons than I had hands to carry them.
Go ahead and make the roll.
Can I
Pick
push
the
it?
snow beast.
Can I push a bene of accuracy to aim for sort of where the head is at? So I guess where its chin would be, but like basically near the bottom of the top snowball, what is the evil snowman?
Absolutely.
All right. Literally going to try to kick this thing's head off. Here we go. Ah!
Oh no.
I am the worst roller today.
We rolled like 4 tenths in a row.
All right. It wasn't magical, so it's not a flux. But again, you do no damage to this thing. It doesn't even flinch as your foot lands on it.
Uh-oh.
Fen,
All right. I am going to go ahead and cast my Zamra's Bolt of Sorrow. And we'll see if this creature is living or not. So, let's see. So I'm going to spend the sorcery so that I can keep it. Level 2 plus 1 die. So, 2 rolls. Level 2, I will... Let's see. When you're casting spells, is it like... Do you spend sorcery to boost them, or...
Yep, until you learn expansive spells or enhanced spells, you can only spend one, but you can spend the one sorcery to bump its level up by 1.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that. Make it a +3. And we'll give it a roll. Okay.
All right. So the total base level of that spell is what? 3?
3. Yep. And it should suffer damage equal to that the spell's level. If
right.
it's living.
Is that physical wounds or anguish wounds?
It appears to be physical. It doesn't specify. It says, I cock my arm and from my clenched fist loose a bolt of dark energy that strikes the target within long range. Living targets suffer damage equal to the spell's level. Non-living targets are not affected. Color red. So I'm assuming, since it doesn't specify, that it's physical damage.
Yeah, I'm going to guess because it's red and not
Yeah.
blue that it's physical instead of mental.
Mhm.
So yeah, you blow a chunk right out of the snowman and manage to get his attention. That looks like it actually hurt him.
I angrily scream as I do so because he destroyed my scythe.
Zogi, I think you're up.
Okay. So, this room, he was conjured based off the fact that he's a fear, correct?
He is an embodiment of fear, yes.
Can I use a religious spiel, which is going to be a combination of angel lore and regular speech to empower my allies to not be afraid?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll push it. If I can't push a sortilege and a sorcerer, correct? It's one or the other.
That is correct.
Okay. So, are you gonna give me the +2 for it being Enochian?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the +2 for the Enochian that you're going to be spitting out.
Okay.
It's not really a spell, so to speak, so I wouldn't say use sorcery, but if you want to make it your words magical, I would push a sortilege.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of going with it. So I'm gonna roll 2 plus.
Sounds like a deal. Ooh, boy, another flux.
1 zeros, 1 and zeros.
We
time
are
for that
binary.
compass, eh?
Goodness.
All right, if somebody would be so kind to roll another flux for us out there. And meanwhile, your words come out with all the magical force you have behind them. And Natalya hears your words and responds accordingly, shrugging off the fear that had frozen her. She can now take a turn. After we figure out what's going to happen with the flux.
Flux says all lights or flames nearby flicker and then go out.
Oh, awesome.
All right. So the light source was Zogi's wings, which are now dispelled.
And the room plunges into darkness.
Yep, the room is plunged into darkness with the terrifying snowman roaming around.
Oh God.
We are the best.
I think we should leave now. Everybody crouch down really low, and I will just start swinging my chain whip around.
guys, I'm fire here. I can just like light myself up and it'll be all good.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
And then just give it a hug. Melt it.
All right, Natalya, what are you throwing at this thing? Or what are you doing? Conversely.
So I'm gonna just summon kind of like fire into my hand and kind of create some light in the room. And then I'm gonna take one of my wicked keys and try to get up next to it and basically make a door to somewhere else in the floor right below it.
All right, go ahead and make a check. And I'm going to say that's going to be a movement check.
I'm gonna use one of my moves.
All right. You plunge the key into the floor next to it, and strange magic fills the room, and you hear something what sounds like glass breaking as a hole forms in the floor and grows wider and wider. It engulfs the Minister of Terror and it falls down into the darkness, and it continues to expand all the way to the four corners of the room, and the entire party falls through the hole with it.
Awesome. Ooh, are there any sorts of pillars or anything?
Nope, it was a circular room.
Okay. I was gonna be like, if there's anything I can wrap this chain around.
So we're dropping.
I'm available.
All right, I'm going to flip another Sooth card.
I don't remember the last time we flipped this one. So, Natalya, your wicked key plans, we might need to rethink how you're going to go about those in the future, because this one didn't exactly work out quite so well for us.
So we all got swallowed by this.
Yes.
Like poof, gone.
Poof, gone. You find yourselves in a room further deeper into the catacombs beneath where you were before. And you look up, and a blazing, fiery being stands in the doorway of the room that you are in.
Hi, I'm Lucas.
And I'm his dad, Zogi. How can we help you today?
I think maybe this is the secret that we were looking for.
I don't believe I've ever said anything so truthful on so many levels, but this is hot.
Okay, so you see the snowman react in sheer terror as the being before you casts a glaze on it, and it immolates into a burst of flame and then is nothingness, just gone. And then the being turns and looks at the group.
And your name is?
I will doff my invisible cap at her.
Lucas, did you actually speak to her?
Yeah, absolutely. I said, hi, I'm Lucas, and then the and your name is thing.
All
That's
right,
absolutely being.
Go ahead and roll an interaction.
Oh, you know I'm pushing one of those, Bene. I'd also like to push a sortilege just based on the fact that we came through a magical portal. Not necessarily my words being magical, but the whole appearance as it would.
That's fair.
Survey says, let's go. That's a 9 and a 0.
We're done.
Sorry, an 8 and a flux. 8 and a flux. It could be a good flux, guys. There's not only bad fluxes.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
All right.
And I think the flux that just got sent through is a nearby plant withers.
I don't think there's any plants down here.
Oh yeah, she definitely looks like a plant.
That's what I was thinking. One of those flame drills?
All right. Can we have them roll again? Because there are no plants down here.
Incoming.
You have a terrible headache for the rest of the day.
All right, Lucas. She looks at you, and her lips don't move, but she talks in your head. And she says, "You have found the keeper of the flame." But her words resound so loudly that you will have a headache, terrible headache, for the rest of the day.
Ah, could you keep it down just a little bit? We're just trying to have a conversation here. Keeper of the flame, you say? Are you the flame, or is there another flame that you keep? Or do you keep yourself? I'm confused.
And everybody's kind of looking at you because nobody else heard it.
Perfect.
I'm gonna look at her and I'm gonna be like, "Hello, my name is Zogi Paga, the health inspector, and I was just coming by to check out your place. I accidentally stumbled in here, of course, but looking around, it's not really meeting the standards here. Because I mean, you have a big hole and it's considered deathly, and I don't see any nearby bathrooms. Could we maybe work on this together?"
You really want to piss her off?
I'm just
All right.
face palming at this. This is too much.
Go ahead and make a roll for interaction.
Okay, I'm gonna push a bean of interaction.
Go for it.
That's gonna be an 8.
All right. She turns and looks at you, and you can feel the heat swelling in your chest. You feel fire inside, like the worst acid reflux heartburn you have ever felt in your life. Begins to take hold. Go ahead and take a wound.
I don't think she liked that.
Anybody else?
I'm just gonna say to Natalia, I heard Lucas say something about a keeper of the flame. I think this is the person that you need to talk to.
Natalya's gonna look at her and she's gonna say, today's gone quite the unconventional way, but I was led here for some reason, and I think you're who I'm looking to find. The fire stunt there was pretty impressive. I am quite familiar with the flame, and I'm wondering if you can answer some of my questions.
Go ahead and roll an interaction check.
Okay, I'm gonna push an interaction.
Is that your last one?
I believe.
It is.
All right. I'm going to have you go ahead and gain a joy, Natalia, and I'm going to use the DM shift from the card for Relentless Rumor. And her voice echoes in your mind heavily. Child of the flame, you have found your way through the trials of fear above. Few have ever made it this far. I am the conjuration that destroyed this place. I hold everything at bay between worlds. You have come seeking the secret of flame, and I shall give it to you. And with that, she walks into you and disappears. As she does so, the true meaning of fire settles within you, and you can spend the acumen to learn the secret of fire magic.
I definitely will.
And that secret's out there in the way. The one that gives you the ability to reduce the cost of spells based on the fire preset or facet, fire facet, if you want to spend that acumen.
I do. Do you know how much it costs off the top of your head?
I'll grab that for you in a second. Okay. With that, the conflagration is gone. The catastrophe that was is no longer, and you guys are in the room. You're in a chamber, and there's a corridor leading into the darkness ahead of you. And at this point, Oxivius, roll a depletion for the silver rod, if you would.
Nah, we kept him under wraps. We're good.
Well, all right. So I think Natalya got what she came for. Do we go down the Stark corridor, or do we play? Let's see where the compass takes us.
Let's go down the corridor. That sounds fun. It's our calling.
Is the corridor like away from where she was positioned, or is it past where she was?
It's past where she was standing.
Okay, I'm down with going down the corridor then. Because if it was the other way, I mean, we'd just be backtracking. So, like, you know, I ain't about to be a fool like that.
I don't mind going down the corridor. I just wanted to remind people of the option.
Yep, I'm good to head down the corridor.
I am too.
You feeling okay, Natalya? That fire thingy went straight into you.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Okay. Well, that's good. Cause this whole journey made me lose my sight. Can't believe it. I just got that thing like last week.
I tell you what, if I see something similar in power, I'll steal it for you.
I would greatly appreciate it. I mean, it was really awesome.
I mean, what's the point of being friends with a thief if the thief can't get you things?
Exactly.
I'll find something.
All right.
I'm gonna lean over to Zogi. Didn't she say she wasn't gonna steal anything?
Yeah, so I don't know with her anymore.
I hope she doesn't steal my heart. She'd give it to Ox in a heartbeat.
Nah, she'd probably sell it.
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
That was like multi-layered pun.
Thank you. I'll be here next week.
I hate to
Or
break
with you
it to you,
tonight.
Lucas, but you don't quite make the height requirements.
There's
Oh,
a
it must
height
be this tall.
requirement for a heart?
All right. So as you advance, you find yourself walking through a corridor, and it is like a tomb. There are bodies encased on both sides of this corridor. It's very, very old, ancient almost, um, and it's a way longer than what you expected. But you are free to search the tombs, if you will.
Nah, we respect the dead. We're not gonna loot it.
What?
What are you talking about? There might be treasures in here.
I
Are you
want to find
nuts?
something cool.
Yeah, but we'd be stealing from dead people.
Yeah, who, if they were smart, they would have brought that stuff to the pail with them.
Nah, we respect the dead. We ain't stealing.
Keep
All
in
right.
mind, it can't go to the pail.
Who wants to open a tomb?
It's gonna be a negative from Lucas.
That's going to be an absolute yes from Vanessa.
Because of my arc with Vanessa, I'm going to attempt to try to stop her. Because my arc was to be her mentor to stop her from her thieving ways. So as
Okay.
she's trying to, I'm like slapping her hands. Enough.
I'm gonna look over at Ox because he knows a lot about like tombs and stuff. Is this a good idea?
All right, Vanessa, are you going to listen to your mentor Zogi? And Oxivius, what do you think?
I'm going to offer the theory of logic here of they're dead, they don't need it anymore if there's anything in there. Also, I like living, and maybe this will help us get out of here.
Listen, I've been dead 3 times. You learn respect for others.
Why are you my mentor? Wow.
Because you need these lessons.
So, Vanessa, are you opening a tomb?
I'm still absolutely opening the tomb.
I'm going to actively stop her.
How are you going to do that? Like physically?
If I have to. I physically took damage, so I mean.
So, well, the two of them are working things out from a student-teacher perspective. I want to cast Corpse's Former Master.
Okay.
Nope, I lied. I don't have the sorcery left to do it, so I'm just gonna like talk to dead things.
Okay.
You guys could take a rest and you could restore a pool.
Oh look, I took a rest and I restored a pool.
And Fen did ask you if it was, a good idea to look around in here.
Is the entire group going to use their short rest? In which case, you could restore one pool, each of you.
Is that
I
like the
am
1 hour rest?
Yeah, that's the short one, like 1 hour rest, as you guys
Oh.
are moving and walking through the tombs here, because this is a really long tomb.
Yeah, I'm definitely down to do that, but instead of restoring a pool, can I pick up some incantations?
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm just
Awesome.
gonna
If you want to
restore.
deal me 4 incantations, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, how about one?
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was like that. I thought you could just refresh. My bad.
I'll just take one too.
That would take you like 4 hours to get 4 of them.
Gotcha.
And I think there's a limit per day of how many that you can actually get.
There is.
That's fine. I'll take the one.
I would like to know I have both dodge and stealth skill points for me to avoid Zogi physically restraining.
All right, well, let's make a competitive roll and see what happens. Zogi, go ahead and make a roll to restrain Vanessa. And Vanessa, you're going to go ahead and make a roll and add your dodge to it.
Zogi, you should go first.
Yeah. So I'm rolling against you, so I need to roll a d10. I'm gonna push a physicality because I really don't want her to loot dead people.
Sounds like a deal.
That's a fat 5.
All right, Vanessa, you're up.
Can I also push a physicality, or would it be something else?
I think because you're doing dodge, you'd actually want to use a movement to enhance that.
Oh, okay. I'll enhance with a movement, so that will be a +2.
Roll it.
Get out of my face.
All right. So she nimbly slips away from your grasp, Zogi, and immediately pushes open the lid of a coffin, or a tomb, if you will, a sarcophagus.
And do I see anything of interest to me?
And I just dealt you 2 ephemera objects, which come tumbling out of the coffin.
Oh, the first one is awesome.
Oh, but what comes next is probably not awesome.
And a small child comes out of the specter of a small child comes out of the tomb, and you can see like a mummified like 6-year-old girl body inside of this tomb.
Can I try to talk? Oh.
One at a time. Oxivius, what did you say?
I was just commenting that kid has no hands. That's some creepy shit.
Yep.
Can I wait? It's a spirit child. This again, if I can see it, does that mean it's not a ghost?
Or it's high enough level.
Ghosts have different levels. So low-level ghosts you can't see because they've just formed, and you have to be a Jotik for it. A ghost that's been around for a while can actually turn into a full-fledged phantasm and can be just as solid as anything else based on its will. In this case, I'm going to need you to make a dodge check.
Okay, and I have a point in dodge, so that means a +1.
That is correct. All right. So this child ghost reaches out and touches you, and you're going to take 4 points of cold freezing damage, which is 4 injuries. You could use 1 physicality to negate a wound, which would be 3 of them.
Or I could use a charge of my orb to heal 1 wound.
Yep, you could do that too.
I'll do that and just have 1 ice damage then.
Yep, 1 icy injury as your skin freezes to her touch.
Ow, god damn it.
Looks like Zogi was right.
Weird.
I turned to Ox. I'm like, okay, so I won't touch anything.
I don't know. I think this was worth it.
Is she still around though, or did she disappear?
Oh no, she's still there. The rest of
we
you get
still
to
have
make an
to-
action.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk to the child and I'm gonna apologize for our acquaintance for stealing from her, and in hopes to kind of like please her and have her like be at rest, because like the rest of the people here are good people and we want nothing to do with stealing from the dead, because we respect those who rest.
Go ahead and make a interaction check. You're going to get +1 for your connection to the dead, and also I believe you have what, 2 levels of persuasion or just 1?
Yeah, I do.
Yep. So go ahead and add that to the check as well.
9.
The child looks at you and shakes her head in affirmation, and then turns and returns into the sarcophagus and fades back into the mummified body.
I'm gonna
Wait.
I'm gonna seal the coffin lid and let her rest peacefully.
We should ask her if she's trapped here though, like the other one was, because
She's okay.
okay.
Zogi, go ahead and take a joy.
I mean, well, if she's doing fine, should we? No, the other girl wanted to go to the pail.
Right.
So
The
we
other
shouldn't
girl
leave
was
her here.
disintegrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zogi, go ahead and take a joy.
Okay.
Because I think everything you just did was totally in line with your character in such a profound way. I think it's deserving of a joy.
Thank you. And I'm gonna slap Vanessa in the back of the head for not listening.
Ox, were you going to cast a spell?
Yeah, I'm gonna go all Steve Irwin on it, and I'm gonna touch it. I want to actually open the sarcophagus back up and use Corpse's former master.
Oh, poor Zogi.
Zogi's just going to shake his head in disgust. I can see it now.
My friends are all really nice as we all go poking the corpse.
So, if I touch the remains of a dead creature that was not higher level than the spell, I conjure its spirit, which lingers for a few minutes. During this time, I can speak with it, and the spirit gives the answer to it knows to one question I ask.
All right. Roll your dice. 2 dice. All right. So as just as Zogi turns and starts to walk away, content in the knowledge of what he's done to allow this spirit to rest in peace, Ox flips back open the sarcophagus, touches the body, and rips the spirit back out because he's not done talking to it yet, using his mastery of the pale. And now the spirit of the girl is suspended in the air before Oxivius. Go ahead and ask your question.
What is this place that we're standing in that you appear to be locked in?
Only you can hear the answer to this because it's your spell and whatnot. So this is a silent mental answer coming back to you because the ghost is actually incapable of speaking. Um, and she explains to you that you have crossed into a corridor that exists between the actuality and the darkness, and you are caught in between realms.
Oh shit. So hearing, quote unquote hearing what she tells me, I'm just gonna kind of hang my head and turn around and look at the rest of the group. But this is not a place we want to be hanging out.
I look over at Ox and go, compass time?
Compass, does that map tell us anything new?
I'm gonna take a peek at it again.
When you unroll the map, the X is still on the page, but the rest of the map is completely dark. Not blank, dark. Like the paper is stained black.
Like, we got problems.
I can get us out of here.
Or at least try.
You always wanna run, don't you?
In the meantime, Lucas starts to hum. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch the reaper by his toe. If you would, and you should, loose your tongue, for I have sung. And he's going to cast his incantation that he just got. Um, and I'm going to peel back the bones off of, or the skin off of my pointer finger, and pluck the end bone off, and hold it up to Oxivius as I'm singing the last bit. Loose your tongue, for I have sung.
All right, the skin around one of your fingers opens, allowing you to reach in and pull a single bone from your hand. If someone you love or who loves you agrees to swallow the bone, they can be connected to you permanently.
To justify the love, Ox was like the first person that I met in the actuality that actually had a conversation with me. He's my mentor so far. So far, he's the only person I'm truly attached to here.
It's a plutonic love.
Yeah, it doesn't say it has to be like romantic love, so I can go with that.
So I'm sitting here watching Lucas like peeling his finger like a banana, and he like plucks out a bone and just like offers it up like, here, it's your turn. Lucas, of all the things to be doing right now, what in the hell is the reasoning for giving me the finger?
I don't know, it just came to me. It was a catchy song. Swallow it. That's what the song says, I think.
Are you gonna eat the bone?
I'm gonna just like take it and stick it in my pocket for the time being. I'm not going to eat his finger bone.
Sad face.
I'm gonna go ahead and just put that over there on the side of the table for right now. All right, folks. Are you guys using the compass, or are you? What are you doing?
I'm not going to use the compass.
I'm currently adding Lucas's finger bone to my inventory.
Well, I mean, what would be the purpose for staying here? We got what we needed.
I'm more curious on what lies beyond.
Did we, or is there more to be found? Because the X is
We
still
don't
there.
know.
Well, we can't see anything on the map, but do we have a direction? Like, which direction is the X from here?
It's hard to tell because the entire map's black, so you don't know which way is north to begin with because the entire map is black.
Wasn't it changing before? So, like, if we were to like turn around or like walk in one direction, turn, walk in another direction, would we see it move?
It was changing before, yes, to match the environment around.
Do we have any light with us right now?
Other than Natalya's glowing fireball hand, no.
I'm going to use my angel, my wings, because they're pure light, to see if that changes the map at all.
All right, you're going to recast your wings because those went out on the flux.
Yep.
Go ahead and spend your sorcery, and whoosh, there it is. But it does not change the map. Your surroundings are still the dark.
Okay.
So on the map, is the X to the left? Is it to the right? Is it
You don't know.
up or is it down? Like where I'm standing looking at the map.
It depends on how you turn the map. Sometimes it's on the right, sometimes it's on the left. It depends on which way you rotate it. But the map is black, so you have no frame of reference as to which way was up to begin with.
Natalia, I propose that you start walking in a direction.
You have two directions: direction you came from behind you and the direction ahead. Unless you want to see the compass work.
I'm down to keep going, Natalia. It's up to you. You make the decision.
I'm really curious, personally.
We can always bail at any time, and we're not in danger right now. I can't see how it would hurt to keep going.
No, then it's decided. Onwards and upwards. Let's keep going.
Does that not hurt you?
All right. The group presses on, and you wander further down the corridor. For what seems like hours, you walk along just rows and rows of tombs, until finally you come to a big arched doorway with steps that lead down. And as you walk down said steps, you see a river in the darkness. Like there's a whole open cavern of darkness, and there's a rushing river of blood that flows through the center. And there, at the foot of the river, is a figure, a shadowy figure.
What a coincidence. I have an empty flask.
Is this the Riverman or whatever that the girl was talking about? Yes, it is.
Yeah, we should go and talk to him. He looks like he knows something about this place.
Yeah.
Who's with me?
I'll go.
I'm all for
I'm
it.
with you.
I'll go, but I'll be closer to the back of the group.
Yeah, I'm popping onto Zogi's back again in case we got to peace out.
What's up, buddy?
All right. So you guys are going to approach. Who is going to go first?
Oh, I'll do it.
All right, I'll follow closely with him.
I'm going to greet him, and it looks like you're preparing to make a trip somewhere. Where exactly might you be going?
Roll an interaction and go ahead and add your +2 levels in the dead.
So that will be an 8.
Oh my god, a decent roll.
The spirit looks at you um, and just replies in a raspy voice, "Nowhere. Nowhere is where I'm going, and nowhere is where I've been. Trapped here by that devilish Vizsla."
And which Vizsla would that be?
Hecatomb.
Bless you. Would you try that again, please?
Hecatomb, the soul I was sent to collect.
So the soul you were sent to collect is what actually trapped you here.
Yes, and now my vessel remains inert, unable to move. For countless years, I have toiled away. The souls that fuel the vessel no longer strong enough to navigate the tides.
While he's talking, I'm gonna start digging around in my satchel, looking for a heart that I happen to place in there. I'm gonna pull out the heart of the beast that we copied and dropped in the last session, that I happened to trap the soul of the gardener into. I'm going to offer it up to him to see if this would help with whatever fueling he needed.
Indeed, indeed, that is perfect. That is just what we need, but we cannot leave yet.
Why not?
There's still a soul to be claimed.
Any old soul or that particular soul you needed?
He gestures with his lantern, and you see a short ways down the river another hole in the wall, a chamber. And he points. Return my soul, and I will guide you out.
Okay. We also have the soul of a person who wants to go to the Pale. Will you be able to help them as well?
With the power to leave this place, I will bring the souls to the Pale that need to be buried.
Okay. Is it someplace that we can get to right now, or do we have to like ride the boat to get there? Okay.
Nope. The boat goes down the river, but the cave that he pointed to is not on the water.
Okay.
Is there anything we should know about before going into this cave?
To the hole.
Hecatomb is an imprudent Visley. She looked into the dark, far into the dark, to discover secrets of power. She now infests the essence of lightness with nothingness.
Unfortunately for her, I'm the bringer of the light. Let's go, baby.
Well, if all that's preventing us from leaving here is us getting your soul back, then I think we can take some time to go spelunking.
Sounds good to me.
All right. You guys heading down to the cave?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, if it helps.
Hmm.
All right. It's a short walk from the cave, and you notice that the riverman seems to be affixed to the boat. He does not move from the water. It's almost as if he's imprisoned there. And he fades into the background as you walk closer and closer to the tunnel. And as you get closer to this cave tunnel, you hear the sound of sharpening metal.
That's never good.
I continue.
It sounds perfectly normal. There's nothing to be concerned with there.
You're just making dinner, maybe.
That might be the most normal sound we've heard so far.
True, but that's what makes me uneasy. It's so normal.
All right. So, into the darkness you stride, and you're greeted by a woman standing over a sharpening stone. As she pumps the pedal, the stone spins, and she is sharpening a weapon, a bladed weapon, that looks eerily similar to the stories of old that you had heard about the Riverman.
I kind of lean over to Finn and I'm like, we're absolutely taking that.
Yes. I feel a pat that,
So we,
but I
we
can't.
can see her now?
Oh, yeah, you can see her. She is there sharpening the scythe.
I'm going to say to her, Hecatomb, it's time to go.
We're all gonna
You should be
die.
disgusted with yourself harvesting in the dark. It is time to go.
There's a lot of fun in the Pale. There's battles. You'll be fine.
She looks up, and through like the black orbs of her mask where her eyes would sit, um, she issues a command at you, Zogi. Go ahead and roll a resistance check.
How about I just tell her no?
I think you have to roll the resistance.
I don't think I'm telling her no.
All right. She looks you in the eyes, and you're going to suffer a wound as your eyes implode out of your head.
I'll take a physicality.
You will be blind until your eyes can somehow either be regenerated or replaced.
Oh, God.
What a bitch.
Yeah. Your eyes just exploded out of your skull.
Wait. Hold on a second. This was Zogi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It'll just add to your aesthetic. It'll be fine.
I don't need eyes. The gods above command me.
Exactly.
All right, who's next?
I would like to yell out to Zogi to come to me, like to the sound of my voice, as I
Marco.
reach into my bag.
Marco, Polo.
I would
Yeah,
like to use
I'll
solid
answer the call.
fire.
All right, so Zogi's going to roam over to Vanessa. Natalya, did you say you're going to use solid fire?
That was the plan.
All right, what are you going to form with your solid fire?
Hoping to magically make new eyes for Zogi to have.
If I could quickly interrupt, I got the ice thing down. You might want to go for a weapon.
Or some sort of confining?
All right, that's okay because Zogi wouldn't be able to wield the fire eyes anyway. They would
Yeah.
burn his head.
Plus, you would have to hold it like every day.
That's not
So would you like to form something else with your fire? Or do you want me to go ahead and have Vanessa go first and that while you have a chance to think about it?
Go ahead, Vanessa.
Alrighty. So has Zogi made it over to me?
Yeah, he wasn't that far from you to begin with when his eyes blew out of his head.
All right. I try as gently as possible to grab Zogi by the head and get him to like crouch or get down on his knees or lower himself, since I'm pretty sure he's taller than me.
Okay. Curious to see where this is going.
It's getting a little weird in here.
I'm going to grab him by the hair and pull his head back so his face is facing upward. And I'm going to make sure to say, "Don't forget to thank me for robbing the tomb for this," as I pour this over his face. I'm assuming this will regrow and bring back his eyes good as new.
Yeah, I'll allow it. The greenish oil spills over his busted eye sockets and repairs them.
Maybe don't ask me not to do my thing anymore. You're welcome, Zogi.
I don't remember thanking you.
All
You're
right.
still welcome.
Natalya, did you have a moment to rethink?
At the moment, I'm not thinking physical force is the way to go. I'm gonna try and like figure out what her side of the story is. So I'm gonna try to talk to her. So all through here, we've talked to spirits that are trapped here, and they say that it's you. So they've painted an awfully bad picture of you. What's your motivations here?
Roll an interaction check.
It's about a paint picture with your eyes.
There it is again.
She turns on you, staring you up and down, Natalya. And she just has a smirk of superiority on her face. She says, "You're so pretty." And then go ahead and make a resistance check. That's resistance, so it's going to be an intellect-based check.
I'm going to use my last intellect.
So that's a total of a 6.
Yep.
All right. You still wear a sword at your hip, right?
That is very true.
And it's your maker item. It's a flaming sword, isn't it?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
She's looks at you when as she finishes her sentence where she said, "You're so pretty," and you feel a spell seep into you as her voice compels you to act on your turn. And she looks at Vanessa, who's standing over Zogi, having healed him, and she says, "Put your sword through her."
What?
Yes. Make her say please.
Beg for it, peasant.
All right, go ahead and make a sword attack on Vanessa with your flaming sword.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. I'm sorry.
Would I be able to see this coming? Like, you can obviously hear Hecatomb tell Natalya to do this, right?
Oh yeah, you have a chance to react.
Okay, so I want to quickly cast Corpus Replica.
Okay.
I'm going to put my hands on Vanessa's shoulder and cast Corpus Replica, and then push Vanessa out of the way, leaving the replica there for Natalya to run sword through.
All right, Natalya's flaming sword pierces straight through Vanessa's corpse, straight through the chest, with a very. You're using what, a rapier?
Yep.
So slices right through. The sword comes out the back, and the corpse is skewered.
Whew. Oxivius, I owe you a lot.
Is it still up to the PCs here?
Yes, it is.
Alrighty, I would like to cast Chromatic Strike on the golds.
All right.
And with that, a non-magical inanimate object held or worn by the target is transformed into a non-magical inanimate object. Can you tell me what options I have for that as far as non-magical?
So it transfers. Can you put the spell down one more time?
It should be done right now.
I had a window over it. Okay, a non-magical.
If you change that scythe, I am going livid. I don't think it's not magical.
I
though.
would never make you angry.
I don't think I'm gonna keep it. I feel like it's the Riverman's.
All right. The scythe is magical.
Good.
As is her helmet. But her dress and jewelry are non-magical.
Turn her dress into a straitjacket.
I would like to, yes, change her dress. And I am going to change it. Oh crap, I wasn't prepared for that one.
Because it has to be like the same weight, which is why I wouldn't be like, turn it into a whole bunch of chains.
You're gonna have to roll 2 dice for that.
Yep.
Anyway,
Let me do that first while
go
I
ahead and
think.
roll.
+3 on those.
Yeah, that's gonna succeed against the dress.
Wahaha. The dress never knew what hit it.
Do something that binds. I gotta follow up. Do something that binds.
That's why I said straitjacket.
I'm so sorry. My mind is totally blank right now. I am going to change her dress into something of similar size, and I'm going to choose.
To keep us in suspense.
a ever tightening corset.
And a corset that's ever tightening, huh?
If you'll allow it.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Just for the record, that negates the entire bottom half of her dress, though. Because I mean, I'm at that right height, if you know what I'm saying.
I mean, nobody said that Fenn's clothes is back to normal either. So technically, she's been running around here looking like she's got no clothes on either.
That is
Lucas has noticed.
Vanessa has also noticed.
Okay, so the corset is like 2 sizes too tight for her, and it makes her gasp as it cuts off her airflow, choking her and stunning her slightly.
I want to go next so bad. I am
Go for
I
it.
am primed. If no one else wants to go next, I got some.
Is it not her turn? Because I believe we've all taken a turn.
Yeah, I believe it is. No, that is true. Fen has not taken a turn yet.
All right, well, we know what I want to do. Gonna take the whip. I'm gonna try to grapple that scythe.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Because I lost one here and I want to get another one.
Yeah,
Lucas,
yeah. You go first, Fen. I got you afterward.
Okay.
Lucas,
right.
you can pick up your chromatic strike.
Okay.
Somebody said my name.
Yeah, you can pick up your spell.
Gotcha.
Boop-doo. I wrote it down here. Okay. So level 2 weapon. So go ahead and roll. I'm gonna. Can I toss some sortilege into that?
Sure.
Okay. But when I do that, I cannot add a bene. Is that correct?
Yeah, sortilege is one of the few that can only be used alone.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I'll do that. So it'll be 2d10 plus 2 for the actual weapon. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, nice. So that's 2 9s.
All right. So your
I'm trying to grapple
chain
the side
wraps-
and pull it to me.
the chain wraps around the scythe, and as she's stunned from the tightening corset that's cutting off her airflow, you manage to yank the scythe out of her hands.
Sweet. I'm happy.
All right, I believe that was everybody in the order. She's stunned, so she's not taking an action. So
Not
it's gonna be the-
everybody. No,
Oh.
I
no.
fixed my eyeballs.
Yeah, you used to
That's
Ephemeris.
right.
Yeah, you did.
So now it's top of the order. So now it's free PCs again. You guys can go in any order. What do you want to do?
Oh, let me go first. I got this. I never have a chance to fight.
Go ahead.
Here we go. Sing along if you know the song. Crab people, taste like crab, talk like people. I'm getting crab arms.
Who knows that song?
It's from South
That's a
Park.
negative.
I've heard it before, yeah.
Also, quick question before I take a physical action. If I were to use my appraisal skill, would that cancel any physical action I take?
Yes, it would.
Never mind. Okay.
All right. So you're going to grow these arms. You're using the exiler is actually your action. So that sets up, that is your turn to grow the arms.
Ah, crap. All right. Well, I'm ready for the next round.
All right.
I'm gonna ask to take last slot, please.
All right. Next.
I mean, she's stunned, right? Why don't we just carry her out?
Yeah, we don't have to kill her. We just need to bring her back to the ferryman or the riverman.
I suggest it, but I'm kind of weak, so
I say as I'm like
I need some bodies
lovingly
here.
hugging the scythe that I took.
I suddenly have two really strong arms that can really grip things.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have a jar they can't open?
Well, we had that present earlier, but we took care of that.
All right. What are you guys doing?
I want a sorter.
Go for it.
Wow, look at that, rolling like a boss. So that's going to be a 7.
7 will hit her. How much damage does that do? Generally speaking, it's the level of the sword.
Yeah, it's 4.
All right. So she is going to suffer a wound as you plunge that sword into her flesh. She does not like that.
She lying. She loves it.
All right. Who's next?
Does Sophie and Natalya want to do anything? Or?
I said I was gonna go last.
Oh, yeah. Lucas?
All right. I am going to throw a fireball at her.
Go for it.
That's an 11 and a 4.
All right. You send the fireball racing in at her, and just as it's about to strike her, the magical energy dissipates into a cloud of red, and she sucks it in, and the stab wound that Oxivius just made heals.
No magic. Got it.
What the hell?
Why aren't you on my side, Natalya? What's going on here?
Next.
I'm gonna stand behind my suggestion. literally and figuratively, and I am going to run around to the back side of her and start pushing her towards the door we came in.
All right.
Go ahead and make a check. That's going to be physicality.
Yep, I will push one for physicality.
So I'm picturing Lucas running up behind her, and his hands are firmly planted on her butt, and he's trying to push her forward towards the door.
One in each cheek. Can I also push a movement for this?
No, I don't think the movement's going to help you because it's pure force that you need to use to push her.
I had a question before he rolled.
Go for it.
If I want to take my action to also try to pull her, I was going to take my chains and like wrap them around her wrists and start trying to pull her. Would I be able to assist him in this?
Yeah, I'll give him, what's the level of your chains? 2?
2, yep.
I'll give him the +2 for that.
Okay.
Sweet, so +3 on the roll.
Nice.
That's a 9, and it starts off a little tough at first, and I have to kind of face plan in there, But after that, I recover with a knife whiff, and whatever happens, happens.
All right, so you've got Fen pulling on her hands bound with the chains in the front, and Fen pulling on the front, and you pushing on her backside. You had that little bit of running start going in there. You were able to brace yourself up against there and just muscle your way through it and push her to stumble forward. And you guys are successful in getting her to move to the mouth of the cave.
Cool. What's Zogi's thing that he wanted to do? Because that was everybody, right?
Yes, it was. So Zogi, you are the last one.
Yeah, we haven't technically done any damage because all the damage that I did, somebody went and healed.
All right. So I can use an immediate rest, and that doesn't take any slots up, right?
Yeah, you have action combat rest that you can use. That's immediate.
Okay, I'm gonna use a combat rest. Bop. I'm gonna spend. I'm gonna spend. I'm gonna spend 7 points of sorcery, and I'm gonna challenge her to the news. Note this card: when it's active, I take damage.
All right, cast it.
So it's gonna be 2 d10s plus 7. Oh, so that's gonna be 14 and 10.
Just enough.
Is this the thing I accidentally killed you with that one time?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I just got crab arms.
Unfortunate. So I've challenged her to the Noon Sphere for 3 rounds. During these rounds, if either of us take any damage, the other one takes the same amount of damage. So in efforts of bringing her body to the Riverman, here we
All right, and let me see. Each round thereafter, you're going to do the sorcery-based action with the being's level as your challenge.
Yep.
So I will tell you now for the future rolls that the being's level is 6. And I don't think her defenses apply to that in this case. So that is your target number for your future checks.
Why is it 6?
Her level is 6.
And I roll a +7?
No. On your future sorcery-based check, you roll the challenge is the being's level.
Oh, so I just roll and hope.
Yeah.
Right, but you can push a sorcery in those subsequent rounds. But it's a straight roll off.
Okay.
Okay. So she is stuck in the noosphere with Zogi, and her body is limp.
Sweet.
Can I take a turn? And I promise I won't kill Zogi this time.
Sure. Sure, because she's going to lose her turn because her brain's someplace else.
You know, if you happen to kill Zogi, that's 2 souls for the price of 1, just saying.
As a Magic player, I understand the power of a 2-for-1, but, you know, he's technically my mentor. I would like to go over and, if I can, without actually damaging her, use my new powerful crab arms to hold Hecatomb or Tome by the arms and lift her up just as a way of transporting her. But those are like extra arms that I have. Is it more than one move to grab her by the arms and lift her with the crab arms and then try to take the skull mask off of her with my regular human arms?
No, that I don't think that would be two separate actions. I think that would be the same.
Always keeping that stealing in mind.
Do you know how intimidating I would be with that mask on at the
I
poker
know.
tables?
I know.
I would be amazing. That thing's coming home with me.
Oh shoot! I should probably take the size and stuff it in my hat so the Riverman doesn't see
All
it.
right.
Do I need to roll anything for anything I'm doing?
Yeah, roll a die for it's going to be a physicality check to basically pick her up and carry her.
But yeah, she can't resist you taking that item because she's
Right,
busy.
right. Her brain's
Okay,
not there.
phew.
Her spirit isn't there. So like she is completely helpless right now.
All right, I'm gonna push a Bene just because I've rolled 5 straight zeros. I need all the help I can get.
Duly noted.
It's not a 0. It's not a 0.
All right. Yep. You are going to hold her aloft in the air, and you are going to retrieve that skull mask. And go ahead and I guess the question is, are you going to put the mask on right away or are you going to tuck it away?
You see, there's the what I would do as a role-playing gamer as a person, and there's what Vanessa would do as a cocky bitch. She's gonna put it on. She's absolutely gonna put it on because she just got it. It's mine now. Shiny took it.
Yep.
Mine.
Yeah. Let's hope that it does not infect you with the dark or something.
Yep,
All right.
here we go.
Go ahead and make a withstand action.
Of course. Is I don't have any skills of withstand.
Yeah. Yep, that is yeah, it's going to be a straight die roll. Let's see how you take it.
Here we go, folks. Here comes the 0. It's still not great.
No.
All right. So I'm going to have you go ahead and suffer a scourge in all of your dice pools.
Wow,
As
all of them.
all of them. As the darkness fills your mind.
Remind me again what the scourge means.
It's basically -1 on any action that you use that you have a scourge in that pool. So it's basically giving you a -1 across the board.
So essentially, it's no big deal. Nothing to worry about.
0 minus 1 is not any better than 0.
Or technically really any worse.
All right.
Yep.
So you have another problem right now, Vanessa,
Oh, no.
and that is that it is an object of power, and you can only hold 3.
Huh.
Which means one of them's got to go.
I know what one I would want to do, except it's our only escape. And I know once we use it, it's going to somehow disappear from my possession. Because that's what it does. You know what? My mind's filled with darkness, and I don't care about leaving here or not. I hate to do it as a player, but the compass is going away. It's going to go away one way or another. Might as well be because of this.
All right, and the compass is overwhelmed because you can't hold more than 3 objects of power, so the compass is destroyed.
Can you destroy it for me? I seem to have troubles doing. Thank you.
I think we all have trouble destroying the things we love.
So out of pure curiosity, as Vanessa is picking up the mask and pondering dropping an item, would I be able to pick that up and drop another item in its place?
I think if Vanessa had offered to exchange the item to somebody else, I think that would have been possible. But where she was hoarding her items, it just kind of, exceeded the threshold and used up its ability. Unless you want to try to make some type of a check to interrupt her train of thought.
Well, I'm willing to give it a shot. With the way she's been rolling, I at least have a chance.
All right, go ahead.
What kind of check? I mean, I could do movement and like kick her in the shins or something. Or I guess physicality. It would be more physicality if I was kicking her in the shin.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is more of an interaction check as you're trying to reason with her while she's, in the throes of shiny.
Sees shiny, take shiny.
Oh shit! There it is again. Okay.
Over your whole party. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna push an interaction. So it's gonna be a 5.
Do I also roll?
Yep, you're going to be making a resist action against that.
But it's going to be a -1.
Well, this is technically happening before I put the mask on, right?
That is correct.
So the -1, in this case,
not in effect
unfortunately,
yet.
not in effect yet. We kind of wish it was. But
Yeah.
with my rolls, I think you're going to be good. Are you serious?
Nope. You're unable to stop her as she is thrown by the lure of the gold skull mask, and she puts it on, and it just evaporates the multiphasic compass.
That would be the one time I roll high.
Isn't greed funny like that?
Yep.
No, it's not funny.
Yeah, that's how Vanessa works. She is basically chaos in a nutshell.
All right, so that is a level 9 artifact, and I will actually send you the stats for it through chat so you can add it to your character sheet. There is no depletion on it because it is an artifact.
Do I understand how to use it once I'm wearing it?
Yes.
All right.
Does an artifact that doesn't have depletion mean it can't be destroyed?
It still can be destroyed, but it doesn't destroy on its own.
Yeah, it
with
doesn't wear off on its own.
So
So they're extremely resilient. They can still be destroyed by other effects or by having too many objects or something like that, but they don't just destroy on their own from use.
gotcha.
So artifacts are the most powerful objects of power.
I just meant to be a funny agent of chaos. I didn't expect I'd become a dark, powerful agent of chaos. I'm sorry, guys.
I didn't expect to have a fascination with scythes. It just happens.
It's amazing what happens during our game sessions.
Sometimes the girl just likes scythes. What are you gonna do?
Zogi, it is a new round, so go ahead and make your test for the new sphere to see if you whip the shit out of her in the astral realm.
Daddy's gonna whip the shit out of her. I'm gonna push 2 sorcery for my sorcery check.
And you can do that because you have the elevated casting, right?
Yep. 3.
Oh, you're going to lose that round.
That's fine. We in the end game now.
All right. What are the rest of you doing?
Continuing to assist in moving this lady to the riverboat. Do I can I tell anything by just having the scythe in my hand? Do I need to inspect it?
You would need to inspect it.
Would that prevent me from at least holding the chain and walking forwards?
I think it would prevent you from assisting and adding dice roll benefits because you'd be really focused on the object of power in your hands.
Okay. Do we, as to the group, do we think that's going to be a problem or?
No, I'm just going to sword her through the heart.
Okay, then I will focus on this scythe and see what it is. You have to make a roll for it.
Absolutely. Intelligence, please.
All right. Pretty sure I still have. Yeah, I haven't used any of that, so I will go ahead. And I'm just gonna put a bene in it as well. That is a 7.
All right. You're going to understand the nature of the weapon. I'm going to put it in the chat real quick. And who else wants to go next?
I would just like to kind of take a last look over the cave and see if there's anything we missed.
Very smart.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception to inspect the cavern.
I'm going to use a perception.
Nice.
Nice roll.
In the back of the cave, you find a chest that has miscellaneous items that Hecatomb had collected over the years in her studies. But it's locked.
Is it like a big chest? Could she pick it up?
She probably could not lift it on her own.
Krabby Patties has a lock picking kit.
I do actually have a mystical lockpick, but you know, I'm all wrapped up in this mind clouded in darkness, holding up hecatome thing.
Well, I mean, maybe we deliver her and ask him to wait for a second while we run back.
Guys, you don't always have to have the pick to get into a lock. There's always that whole, melt it kind of stuff.
That's true.
Well, then get to melting, chickie.
Well, that's a fair point. Hey, hey X, I sent you a message in Discord.
Okay.
Just wanted to see what you thought of it.
That is beautiful. Lose a side, gain a side.
I just wanted to scare people at the poker table, but apparently now I've got a dark mind.
The skull mask is pretty much channeled dark magic. It is the night side incarnate. It's worse than night side. It is of the demons of the dark. Hence it being very dangerous.
And it's on my head. So, shall I take my turn now?
Go for it.
Well, my initial idea as non-evil Vanessa was to just carry this creature over to the Riverman. But now that I'm holding her up in the air by her arms with my massive crab arms, and I have this thing of evil on my skull, I'm gonna rip her arms off of her body with my crab arms.
All right, let's go ahead and use a physicality check for that.
Soki.
Can I make a reaction? I haven't gone this round.
Of course you can, Lucas.
I'm gonna release the buttocks, and I'm gonna try to pull the string on Sren backwards, like how you would normally draw a bow. I'm gonna draw it towards the actual wood, and I'm gonna try and release it to pop Vanessa with the cord to snap her out of it.
A little bit of a painful snap.
Yeah, like
I'm
when
gonna
you
make that.
like when you snap somebody with a rubber band in class.
Yeah, except way more powerful.
And like,
oh, that's not good for me.
It's really bad.
I'm gonna
really
say,
bad for you.
All right, I'm gonna say do the. It's an interaction check, and I'm going to add to your check the levels from your bow because that's a object of power, right?
yes, I believe is it level 2 starting out? I believe.
I believe it is level 2 starting out.
All right, and then I'm also going to push an accuracy for that.
But doesn't Shren also have electricity or lightning as the
yes,
property on that?
It has the native +1 in it as well for the lightning.
Okay, so that's going to be +3 to your roll because the lightning is still going to go off. I mean, it's still part of the bow.
Just don't kill me. I don't care if you hurt me.
Can I stack my forte on there as well? I'm happy using this reaction as my entire turn.
Yeah, breathing runes gives you a +1 to any action. So yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, so as I release the buttocks, I'm going to breathe a rune between the thighs. I'm going to come around with Shren, hit like kind of swiping Shren through the rune, and then pop into Vanessa. So +4. Wait, 2 for the level, 1 for the lightning is 3, 1 for the assisting rune, and then 1 for the accuracy push. So +5.
All right, roll it.
Nice.
10.
All right.
Do I do a counter roll or anything, or?
Yeah, you are. I'm going to have you do a physicality counter roll because you're not really expecting it. So I'm not going to say it's a dodge. You're too busy trying to yank the arms off of her. But I'm going to say it's your physicality that's going to keep you from being flung aside here.
I have one bene to push. Considering my mind is full of evil, should I push that bene?
Hell yeah, do it.
We're not gonna.
All right, +1.
Plus
Here
0.
we go.
-1.
Yeah, plus and -1, so you actually like even out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is just a straight up roll and I lose a bene.
Yep.
I'm not liking this mask anymore.
Yeah, that makes like 12 of us here.
And there aren't even 12 of us here.
All right.
Yeah, I think I lost.
So you feel the pulse of lightning course through you as it sends you the pure shock, because that was a level 10 hit, or a roll of a 10. The pure shock, it's kind of like sticking up your fork or a finger in the light socket, and you go flying back. In addition, because you spent your last physicality that was caused by summoning the pinchers, your extra arms disappear. So suddenly there is little Lucas, and suspended above him in the air, no more by magical claws, is the Hecatomb, naked from the waist down, who is going to fall directly on top of Lucas.
I should mention,
Thank
I
the Lord.
actually have 2 physicality. That wasn't my extra physicality from the arms. That was just my regular physicality.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Fair enough.
But so basically I got knocked the hell away, but still have crab arms.
That is correct.
But everything else happened.
Yep.
And Lucas is gonna say, somebody get that mask off of her. She's going crazy.
Could I, as a reaction, when she starts falling, could I like yank on the chain?
I don't think so, because you spent your
I spent my
action
whole turn
studying the
looking at
site.
the side. Okay.
You're kind
Hey,
of.
I'm happy with her falling on me.
Hey, as long as she doesn't take any damage, I'm happy with it too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I take damage or did I just fly?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a real attack, so you don't take damage from that. It was just a knockback because of the extra lightning impact.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
From under her, I got you, Zogi.
That's funny. So from under her, you sound what? Muffled?
Full on old. Hello.
All right.
Oy.
I'm sorry, that was really bad. All right, so I just flipped another card, and we have the enticing jewel.
Fitting for that damn mask.
Indeed.
So that one is invisible on the invisible sun.
That is correct. So that means that it's +2 to invisible spells right now, and that invisible is going to carry through the entire next round of cards. So if you have invisible spells, you're going to be in a good spot.
I don't think I have any.
All right, Vanessa.
Yes.
I'm going to use the enticing jewel as a DM shift on you, and have that be a despair. Go ahead and take the despair.
Yeah, fair enough.
And as you collide with the wall of the cavern, the skull mask is actually going to fall off of your head. and it's going to roll into the corner of the room. And the sudden shock of losing it is what's causing your despair, because now that you've had a taste of the dark, you really liked that.
Oh, great. I'm an addict on top of a gambling addict. Sweet.
Well, I mean, the power of darkness and the whole corruption stuff, you know, that's not for the faint of heart.
Indeed.
My character would be the type to fall into that type of hole, admittedly, so that makes sense.
All right. So meanwhile, you can see the Riverman now because you guys made it out of the cave, and
Sweet.
he is waving his lantern and gesturing for you to come closer. And as the top of a new round, Zogi, go ahead and make a roll for the Noon Sphere battle.
It's the base roll. 4.
All right, that's round 2 that you lost to her because she is a level 6. All right, what are you guys doing?
How close is she to, like, how close are we back to the ferryman guy or the riverman?
You can basically move her there in one turn. You are really, really close. I mean, in all fairness, Zogi kind of made this easy mode for you guys. And it's your own greed that's stopping you from getting the job done.
No, it's my greed that's stopping the job from getting done.
Okay, I'm gonna do whatever I can to try and push her ass closer to the riverman.
Yeah, I can help with that now.
As Oxivius pushes her off my face, I'm gonna give him a wink.
And a big smile.
Yep.
So I'm not going to put it back on, but while everybody is concerned about getting her over to the Riverman, I'm going to scoop up the skull but put it in my purse and then join them without it on my head, because I know better at this point to not have it on at this moment.
How did Natalya do with the chest, by the way?
Haven't tried melting it yet.
All right, go ahead and melt it.
How would that be rolled at this point?
I'd call it a fireball.
Melt, explode, one or the other.
It could either be the fireball or your sheath effect there that does damage to stuff like you used on the present while holding the lock.
I'll go with the sheath one because I get to choose what takes damage with that one.
All right, the lock melts under your grasp, and you open the chest, and inside the chest are 3 objects of power I just dealt to you. You probably want to put those down on the table and not pick them up because you can't hold all 3. There's also 3 ephemera. And I'm putting those out there so you can put those down as well.
Against my better judgment, obviously anybody else can have any of the objects of power because I cannot take any more myself either.
There is an exception to that, Vanessa. You see those kindled items?
Yeah,
those don't count towards your limit.
Yeah. You're good with kindled items.
As long as you don't have 2 of the same spot. So, like, you can't have 2 kindled gloves because one will eat the other.
Yeah.
I'll let other people pick them up. If there's a kindled item left over at the end, I'll take it. But I mean, really, only the cape works for me, and it's not necessarily that big of a deal for me. So.
Huh.
All right, so where are we at now? Do we have
So
the?
this is what Natalya found in the chest. Obviously, she can't carry it all, so
Right.
you guys might want to divvy that out.
I mean, the one that looks interesting to me is the gratitude.
Take it
If
then.
nobody else wants it.
You open the chest; it's your
Yeah.
dib. You get to disperse as you see fit.
Yeah, we're all lugging the lady, so take whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't think Lucas even knows that you're opening a chest. I'm gonna pass on all.
Same.
I could use the cape if no one wants it, but I'm not heartbroken if somebody else wants it.
I mean, in all reality, the only one that knows that she's in the chest is her.
While I'm looking everything over, I'll yell to you for those that can hear me and let everybody know that I have opened a chest.
Okay.
So do we have the lady back of the boat now?
Yes, the rest of you worked together and got the hecatome back up to the Riverman. And you were saying, Zoe?
I was asking if I could cancel my spell, or do I have to play it out?
Normally you have to play it out, but the Riverman is actually going to cancel your spell.
Okay.
And put you back in your body. So you come crashing back because as she gets close to the Riverman, he sucks her in magically, and you see her become entangled in his ribcage. She's shrunken, and she screams in agony and pain as she floats around behind his ribs.
Perfect. Titty.
So are these good for anybody to take? Is that what?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I would like to take the cat's side.
I'm gonna whisper over to Oxivius and ask him if he would like to give our old friend to the Riverman.
Somebody should take those gloves too. I can't, but somebody, or I don't really want to, but somebody should take those gloves.
I still have a slot. I can take them.
They're kindled. Anybody could take them.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm good.
I will take them, but not wear them.
Sounds like a deal.
After everything's said and done, I want to have an interchange with Vanessa.
Okay. When that, I'll jump back to that. Right now, the Riverman has just taken Hecatome and has her in his chest, so to speak, and seems satisfied. And he turns back to the group and he says, "A deal is a deal. Safe passage out of this place. Hand over the power, the vessel."
So I'm going to reach into my satchel and I'm going to grab the ghost snare and hand that over to him that has Naveed in it.
He's gonna be pissed when he wakes up.
All right. Are you also giving him the heart?
Yeah, I figure I might as well. That was the original deal.
While they're doing this, Lucas is going to climb in the boat.
Might want to hang on a second. All right. So the riverman takes the heart and feeds it to the mouth of the vessel, and looks back at you, Oxivius, and says, I am weary. I've ferried more than my fair share of souls. It's time for me to return. I'll keep my word, though, and the vessel is yours. And as the riverman fades from existence, the boat starts to change.
We gonna use this thing to get out of here? I mean, I'm not complaining, but
It expands in size, and you recognize it as an airship fueled by the souls of the dead.
For me?
we gonna call you Captain Oxivius now?
Now, to journey between suns, you can take airships that travel through from one sun to another. So follows the same standard airship rules that appear in the key. It is a large airship, or skyship, if you will. And yeah, you can navigate it out of this realm of darkness.
All aboard, bitches. Train's leaving.
Dibs on the crow's nest. I'm going to start climbing the ropes.
I'm gonna try to find a cabin, kind of deck level, or maybe a little lower, but not too far low. I'm just gonna chill out on my own and kind of check out all the new things I got.
I'm following Vanessa because I want to talk to her.
All right, you can go ahead and you guys can have that conversation right now as the skyship pulls away and the darkness fades around you, and you traverse the path of suns, or you're emerging from the darkness into the path of suns. So while that's happening, go ahead.
All right, Zogi, which I should remind you can currently see because I robbed a tomb.
Listen here, listen. I saw what you did with the mask, and I saw what it did to you. That mask is I need that mask for what I need to do. And I have people who can hold it. I'm willing to give you stuff. Boots, glasses, whatever you need. Or I'm gonna have to take it. You can't have it.
All right,
I
first off,
I will kill you. Like you've killed me almost twice. Listen to your mentor.
Fair
I
point.
will take
Fair
it.
point. Fair points on the fact that I've nearly killed you twice and definitely killed you once. Fair points. But first off, all right, guy getting in my face like that, not gonna get the best results. Maybe a little more diplomatic would work. Just saying. Second of all,
It doesn't work when I've almost died.
Yeah, whatever. You're still here. I brought your eyes back. You know, that's halfway towards, you know, some sort of deal. Whatever. No, look, I'm not gonna put this mask back on, but this mask has power.
I
It
have
has a lot of
angels who
evil
can hold
power. It has a lot of evil power. Can your angels remove the evil part
Yes, they
and
have
keep
vaults.
the power part?
There are vaults in the Silver Sun which can hold it and its power. In the wrong's hands, you can see corruption and power. You've seen what I've done to you. You saw what I've done to the last. I have contacts on the Silver Sun who can hold this.
All right. Yes. Was not the answer to my question. Can someone remove the evil from this, but keep the power?
I'm sure we
so
could work
that
something
I
out.
could use it.
I'm sure I could work something out. Just trust me.
I will require a trade, but
Okay.
it'll be a temporary trade. If you can get this less evil,
Okay.
but still the same power, I will trade back what you give me for the non-evil version of this.
I'm willing to work with you with that.
And I am okay with that as well.
I'm going to
That
give you
seems
these boots.
perfectly fine.
They're going to give you accuracy, and they can make it so you can store a small weapon, like a knife, which works perfect for your gambling habits. You get in a sticky situation, you pull out a knife.
Not the chest.
As you guys are talking back and forth, can somebody tell me where the fighting boots that are on the table came from?
That's me offering a trade.
Ah, so that you can super kick them. Gotcha.
I hate to be a stickler here, but could you at least toss a little ephemeria on top?
Does it look
Because
like I have any?
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't have any.
Oh, you don't, so you can't. So yeah, all right.
How about this? With that, if you touch somebody, it will store what they say, which could be.
All right, both of those are very useful to me in my habits. All right. Yep, okay. I'll trust you.
Okay.
But assuming I don't use these items up and that they're still usable by the time this thing comes back less evil, I do want the trade back.
No problem.
All right, in that case, yes, here we go.
All right. So, while those two are bantering away, the ship transcends from one sun to another, and you arrive on a new sun. You emerge from the dark and find yourself under a red sun. And the ship emerges, so to speak, right above the lake here. And you clearly see you are on the red sun. You are not back in Saturnine. Wherever you spat out, here you are.
Hey, Vanessa, this looks kind of dangerous. Maybe we should use that thing you were talking about all those times.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? That'd be great.
Let's give that a shot.
Yeah, it's gone.
What?
I don't even know why. Yeah, I think we might be stuck here for a little bit.
I don't know. Ox, can you steer away from this thing?
Well, I wasn't actually steering towards it in the first place. This is just where we happen to come out.
Poop.
And Ox, you know from steering and holding the sticks in your hands that every time you traverse to a different sun, it costs a soul.
That's going to be a lot following the path to get back to the Indigos.
Wait.
Oh no, we
have
just
another
took
one,
a
don't we?
soul.
Wait, say again?
The girl on the bridge. Didn't you guys do something with her?
You took her soul.
We're not going to sacrifice her to the ship.
But I mean, it's better than where she was.
Is it?
Do you see what that is? I am not going there. I've had enough fire for 2 months.
Do we have any other souls?
Yes, we do.
Okay, then. We're not sacrificing this poor girl.
Aside from me, there's 5 more souls on this ship.
I'm also not sacrificing my own. Everything else up for grabs.
He wasn't talking about non-living souls.
Wait,
Oh, you were a
Ox.
consideration.
Ox.
See,
So if we feed it another soul, we would get back.
We might.
It's 1 soul per sun. And you still have to deal with the gate guardians.
Do you travel the path? Like, so after the red sun, do we know where that would take us? Given some people know the path of the suns?
That is correct.
Yeah, I
You
feel
would
like that
travel
would
the
be
path of the
super
suns.
good.
And if you happen to know an alternative path to the suns, you could travel those. But I don't think any of your characters know an alternative path.
No, not me.
So, Ox, what would be the next sun?
yes.
X? Would any of us know?
The gold sun is next.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I believe it's the gold sun.
And then the shadow?
Then the invisible sun.
Yeah.
And then you start over again at the silver.
Yeah.
So there's no
if
way
you
to
were
go backwards?
Sure there is. If you go backwards, you're going the night side path. So you could go from the red to the pale to the gray to indigo. That would take you 3 souls.
And then we'd be on the night side of indigo. And then we'd have to like go to the one behind it and then back.
I hate to say it, but I think we might have to spend some time at the Red Sun farming souls. We need fuel.
I
And we
agree.
don't want to give up.
Seeing
We don't want to
everybody,
give up the girl.
debate. I want to walk to the very end, like so like on the where's the ship? So like there's the ship, and then there's like the pointy part. Right.
Yeah, the bow.
I'm gonna stand on there. I'm gonna hand out a wicked key. I'm gonna open up a giant portal back to the indigo.
I'd like to add to that, given the multitude of it, unless you're going to allow it.
What do you want to add?
I'm going to look to Ox, say, from what I've gathered, you're the master of the dead. And I can trust you, right?
Of course.
Zogi, heads up. And I'm going to run down the baluster, up the bow, jump and do one of those like little children, like you grab the shoulders and push yourself over, grab the end of the bow and throw myself into the mouth of it to feed the ship through the portal.
What in the hell?
It says it needs a soul to move.
Yeah.
Portal's right there. We got to get through it. That's my thought process. If not, I mean, he'll bring me back eventually. There's always the pale side of life.
I'll allow it. So Zogi, you're going to spend a key.
Yes.
And the ship is going to navigate through the open portal, and you are going to arrive back in the indigo sun.
My heart is beating so fast. But I'm also not there anymore.
I can see you though.
Go ahead and take a despair for dying. And I think we're going to end the session there.
All right, so we gotta resurrect our friend on the next session, and yeah,
It's a lot easier than you think.
that was something.
I can think of one specific thing that I might want to do, like between sessions, with Ox about the soul of the girl. So just a heads up on that.
All right. Is there? I guess we'll do the wrap up. We're over time for the viewers at home, so we can do the boarding experience and whatnot offline again. And I think that wraps up the session for tonight. We'll find out what happens to Lucas next game. And we'll go from there. And there will be some side sessions. You can check those out on Obsidian Portal. Follow the link, and you can see what's happening on the side as we play by post in the off sessions. Anything else to add, Oxivius, before we cut and run?
No, I'm still trying to work it through the whole I just lost Lucas thing.
All right. We do have a little bit of time before 9, so let's start with the wrap up, and then we'll go offline at 9 so people can just see how the end phase goes. And Natalya, I'm going to go ahead and start with you because you kind of kicked off this session. You missed last week. So this week we kind of focused a little bit on your backstory, a little bit on some different pieces. Thanks to a card flip, we started talking about your parents. That was due to the Watcher card being flipped right out at the top, which we've kind of fleshed out before a little bit, that your parents are both dead. We added to that twist now that something terrible happened to them. So what do you think? How is your character doing? And go ahead and grab 2 acumen for this session. And what about your arcs and anything like that that you want to add?
Well, to take the arc for developing the romance with Lloyd.
All right, go ahead and spend your 2 acumen, and we'll throw that arc out there. Did you have an arc to repair your house? I thought you did, but I could be wrong.
I did.
I did.
So we're going to go ahead and settle up the climax of that house arc. So go ahead and take the acumen for that. I think, hold on, let me look in the arcs for 1 second inside the key. Let's see here. Was it, I don't think it was build. It was restoration, right?
I believe so.
Nope, restoration is not out on building. It's on your reputation.
I remember taking it, but I don't remember which one it was.
All right, we'll have to circle back around to that because I'm thinking it must have been build that we worked on, because I think you've already moved through most of the steps and we were just at the climax step. And I want to say that was built because you had the idea, you made plans on how to improve your house and fix it. You already had the site, so we didn't give you acumen for that one. You had worked with ASO before he left to kind of see if he'd help you fix your house. So go ahead and take the 3 acumen reward for the climax of build and an additional joy. And that arc is closed. We'll close it up. And then I think that's it for you. Is there anything else you want to do as post-session wrap-up?
I don't think so.
All right. So Natalya, you're done. Oxivius, let's go to you next. A lot of stuff happened for your character. Again, I kind of focused on Oxivius and Natalya for this session. If you guys have noticed, each session I've kind of focused on one or two players' storylines and whatnot to try to get the whole group to come together. So this week I really tried to hammer home Oxivius and Natalya some stuff to weave into them. So Oxivius, what do you think? How'd you do? You get 2 acumen for the session. And how are we looking on your arcs or any other things that cause you joy, despair?
Well, I didn't really do much arc wise. Probably need to put some brain cells to picking out some interesting ones here. I did pick up, I don't remember if it was a joy or a despair.
It was a despair for the ghostly presence.
Oh, that's right. Good old Naveed. Well, Naveed's gone for now, so we don't have to worry about that. I don't know. I think I should pick up a despair for the whole sacrifice of Lucas thing. That was like my Gilligan to my Skipper.
What bond did you two have? As a character bond? Because I think there actually is something related to that bond.
I think it was develop a bond, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, that was with Telsa.
Right.
Well, I know if Oxivius eats the finger, they have like a really high connection. I don't know if he ever did.
I think it was stewardship.
Yep,
where he was taking me on as a mentor sort of deal.
All right. So the drawback of stewardship.
Oh, it was the life debt. That's what it was, because he saved my life day one.
Okay. So all right. So he has a life debt with stewardship. Yeah, you guys. I need to remember that you guys have that, because when you two are working together like that, Lucas would get a +1 to his dodge actions whenever Oxivius is close to him. And likewise, Oxivius would get -1 to protect the other character, so to speak. But I am going to give you the despair, however, for watching Lucas die like that.
It was all in trust.
That could spawn a character arc for you if you have the room for another character arc.
Yeah, I know there's a few that could kick off from that. I just got to figure out which one's going to be the most fitting.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't you think that over, and as we wrap up, that's so you're walking away with 2 acumen, 2 despair from this session.
That sounds about right.
And you gained a joy in the side sessions.
Yep.
So if anybody's interested in that, again, that's out there in Obsidian Portal. You can see what happened to Oxivius in the side session. And all right, let's move on. And why don't, since we were just talking about Lucas, why don't we talk about Lucas? Lucas, you're dead.
I am, and I have no idea what that means. All Lucas can hope for is that Oxivius swallows that bone, because I think that's his only connection to anybody. As far as the Pale goes, he's kind of starting over at this point.
Yep, you're still going to gain 2 acumen because in Invisible Sun, death is not the end.
That's right. I am concerned about the fact that it cost a soul and not a life, so we'll explore that further. But yeah, I did get the 1 despair for dying, the 2 acumen,
I have not touched my arc with Telsa, and I have not touched my arc with the magical being that lives in my house yet. Um, maybe once I come back, I can work on those. I'm right now currently looking through the arcs to see what I want to take as far as what this means for Lucas.
All right, that sounds like a deal. I'm all about that. Let's see, who wants to go next? Why don't we hit Vanessa next?
Or we can skip to whoever's next after Vanessa.
Okay, Fen.
Okay.
So you're going to get 2 acumen for the session,
Okay.
and I believe, again, we've continued to make progress on your main arc.
Yeah.
You've done some research, you have some leads. So what do you think?
Definitely. I mean, I did the research in the side session. I also kind of like am starting the process of like poking into this Lady Winters that I heard about, and I feel like it's got to be a step. I don't have the arc pulled up in front of me right now.
That's solve a mystery, right?
That's right.
So I'm going to give you another completion step for investigation that can be
Okay.
awarded multiple times.
All right.
I think investigation has turned up Lady Winter as a lead for you from your side session with your neighbor there, helping you reassemble some of the books and the clues.
Yeah.
You have 2 tangible, solid leads to explore now, and you have the whole prism of time thing. So I think you're getting close to actually getting to the discovery climax. So I think that's like right there outside of your fingertips. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the next session for that.
Okay, and that's 1 acumen reward for that step?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I feel like I know I got 1 despair in this session from I believe that was from scaring the girl spirit person. I also feel like I don't know. I feel like I would have gotten a despair from losing my scythe, but then I got a new scythe. So
Yeah. I think it's more likely because you were able to use the your time skip, that extra moment in a critical moment to save the group. I think that's a path of joy for you as warps time and space.
definitely.
Because while it didn't exactly complete a character's arc climax, it did complete the story for the night. Like it helped Natalya pass through that challenge, which ended up unlocking a secret for her character. So I think that's definitely worth a joy. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a joy for that.
I'll do that. Good.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for me.
Okay.
Can I've decided on what I wanted to take for an arc real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Throw it out there.
I would like to spend the 2 acumen to recover from a wound or trauma. I think that's fitting, given, as far as death not being the end, healing a wound or anguish, which it talks about, is just like a resting thing. I think that given the circumstances of feeding the ship my soul to get my friends home, that's something that may take a little bit more. And if that fits, I think I would take that arc.
I think it does fit, and I'm eager to see how that plays out myself. I've got an idea for all of that. I'm surprised that you did it, but now that it's starting to sink in, I have an idea on how we can expand on it.
Cool. I'll spend the 2 acumen right now.
All right. I think that brings us to Zogi.
Ew. So I earned a joy for being respectful for the dead, which is like kind of role playing my character. Because I'd rather leave the dead alone and kind of deal with the angel stuff. 2 acumen, and I want to propose, even though it may not have been the best manner, gaining the crown for the sole purpose of shifting the tides of the war.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give you an additional 2 acumen for gaining the crown. It doesn't feel like a joy or despair type thing
Yeah, no, I
as
wasn't
much as
thinking that.
accomplishment. So I think I'm going to bump you 2 acumen for that. And I also think that I'm going to kick you a hidden knowledge as well. And where this is our 3rd week playing in a row, technically 4 with session 0, don't forget to take your additional hidden knowledge from your
Okay, yeah, I was
forte.
gonna ask if that was gonna be this week or next week.
Nope, let's kick that out this week because it's been, there was a little bit of pre-build up before session 0, so we'll say that it's been a full month, so you can go ahead and add your hidden knowledge from the whispers.
Perfect.
As a side note, had you guys used the multiphasic compass in the dark, it would have moved you to someplace else in the dark that was far, far worse. So I was really hoping you guys were going to do that.
No, I was saying that. I kept saying, don't use the compass because I knew dark's not a
it's like,
pretty place.
it's not going to take us anywhere we want to go.
What a time for me to come back. I guess it was a good thing in a way I put on the mask.
All right. Zoe, is there anything else that you think we achieved or whatnot with your multiple arcs and whatnot? Again, this one didn't focus on any of your current arcs, but I don't know if we touched on any of them or if you think you gained anything else.
Yeah, let me look at my arcs for it. So my main arcs I have really going on right now. Granted, I have a couple going on that I'm still trying to clear up in side sessions, but defeat a foe with the enemy of time. I don't think I made any progression with that. My romance, I did not make any romance. I did not progress that at all. And then I still have like cleanse for the divine church, and then like avenge and like build a shrine. I don't feel like I really touched on anything. Just kind of chilled out with my pals today.
Yep, help the group. But overall, a good day for you.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Vanessa. So
well, I didn't kill Zogi this time, so that's one thing.
Yeah, that's a bonus. You're going to get two acumen for the session. I did give you a despair during the session as a DM flip or shift. So what else do we have arc-wise on your character right now?
Arc-wise, really, we just have learning more about the legacy still. So I don't know if the mask was part of the legacy, but I could see how if it was, and then me begrudgingly giving it up might possibly be a despair.
The mask is not part of the legacy because it's an object of the dark, which is the opposite end of the spectrum. Although there is a couple of different arcs that I would open up to make available to you based on the mask. One of them would be like uncover a secret about the mask, or possibly theft if you wanted to steal it back.
Oh, why you gotta tempt me like that?
Do you need a bigger spoon to stir the pot there, X?
Also, as a third option, you could take Fall from Grace, because Fall from Grace is a transition arc where like you're settling up with your actions and whatnot. So it's an odd character arc in that it's not something that you would usually want. It's more meta for bad stuff is happening to your character and you're moving through it. So as you become addicted to this dark and you're addressing that, Fall from Grace could be a good one. It does rack up a lot of despair, which you're like, why would I want that? But despair does help your character grow. So just throwing it out there as a possible character arc.
You know, considering my character naturally has an addictive nature, I actually kind of like that idea with the Fall from Grace. So I will so just take that as another character arc.
Yep, you have to spend 1 acumen to pick up Fall from Grace, and we'll go ahead and start that character arc. So you'll be able to start working on that in the next play session. So the opening for that is the Descent, and that's where things start to go bad. So things have already started to go bad, but we'll see how they further go bad in the next session.
Can I jump in real quick with new character arcs I'd like to pick up?
Yes, you can.
All right, I want to pick up 2, Fall from Grace. So I'll drop the acumen for that, and then I want to pick up Recover from a Wound or Trauma.
What wound or trauma from losing Lucas?
Yep.
What was the name of that mask again?
It's in the chat still, inside Roll20.
The morning trefoil.
Oh, no, I didn't put the mask in there, did I? Huh.
I think you put like the
Yeah.
description of what it did, but I don't think there was a title.
Is this not it right here?
No, that's not it. It's not the trefoil.
No, it's a level 9 artifact, grants magic defense, cursed.
Hold on, I'll pick it back up. I have it under the character sheet here. Hold on.
Oh, I thought that was the mask. That's what I traded.
No, that's not the mask.
Yeah, it just doesn't say the name. It says level 9 artifact grants magic defense 2, cursed adds 1 scourged koala pools. Spells with a dark facet cost 1 less to cast.
All right. Hold on a second. Let me get into the GM notes on my character sheet here.
So how did I get the morning trefoil?
That's the one I traded to you.
Was that in an attempt to get the mask?
Nope.
That was to get the compass, I believe.
Oh, right, which didn't happen. So, Ox, you can take that back.
All right. The mask's name is the Darkhold Mask.
Is that not currently a card yet, or?
It is not a card. It is a GM homebrewed magical item.
Okay. How would I add that to my stuff? Just write it under my scabbard.
Yeah, write it under your scabbard as a note, because it doesn't exist as an item yet. I'll work it up in scabbard and add it to your character in
What is it
between
called?
sessions. It's the Darkhold Mask. That's DARKHOLD. Darkhold.
All right, it's added to my character sheet under my objects of power.
So I do not have the morning trefoil.
If nobody can take it, I don't have an issue holding on to it.
I'm full up, so
Yeah, Zogi will take it. It's fine.
All right. Go ahead and pick up that card, Zogi, and I believe that wraps us up.
Man, that was a wild ride of emotions from start to finish. I had a great time, X.
that was very fun, and I enjoyed being absolutely evil for a couple turns.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys liked it. continue to have fun sessions. Are we still on the air, or did you cut us out, Ox?
Still on.
Oh, great. So thanks everybody for staying with us. Hope you're enjoying the story. I'd love to hear any feedback from any of our viewers out there. If anybody wants to put anything out there, how do you like the storylines? How do you like what's going on with the characters? Love to hear some feedback. Feel free to post. Feel free to join us in Discord, and you can post over there as well. Anything to add to that, Ox?
No. I mean, I think you covered pretty much all of it. You know, thanks to everybody that tunes in. Thanks for an awesome session with some great players and a good DM that's running us through all of this fun and excitement. So awesome job, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Have a great night, folks.
Have a great night, everybody.
Goodbye from the pale.
Bye bye, Lucas. Bye bye.